All right, we're going live. We're live. That's right. That's right. We've got Peppercorn on the stage. She's a sweet little kitty cat. So, we released Fish People today. The title of the video is actually Human Horror. I kind of pondered a lot what to name the video itself. And I sort of like the thing where, like in a movie, they say the name of the movie. They like slip it in there. So I just do that in reverse. I just pick something that's said in the movie, in the video, and I make that the title. And I could have gone with Fish People, but I feel like that was kind of too much of a spoiler. I wanted to sort of joke around that it's a bit of a monster movie, you know, so it's got you can't show the monster right away or even say what it is yet. So that's why I went with Human Horror. So the reason I'm talking in such a stilted way is because I'm trying to double task, because I wanted to look at the analytics. Let's bring them up. This video did pretty well. I think because I got like 1,500 views just in the last 14 hours, which is more than all of the RM Brown videos got in like the weeks, months, whatever. So those aren't performing well, but and it says 50% are from browse features, which I believe that means like people just saw it on their browser, like it just popped up, and they're like, "What's that? Let's click that." External are probably from Reddit or Facebook. Other YouTube features, I don't know what that means. Maybe search. Kitty cat, that's Peppercorn. Everybody loves Peppercorn, but Peppercorn don't like nobody. She likes me, but she is kind of a menace to every other creature. Well, she's shy with people. She doesn't like attack people. But she bosses around her mother, which is kind of hard to watch, and intimidates her. She's an intimidating one, and she's really pretty, and she's littler and lighter than all of her siblings. Just a little guy. Okay, so we're gonna maybe take a scrub through the video, talk about what went good, what went wrong. So there was a big thing I kind of screwed up, and this I'm gonna have to apologize to DJ Danarchy for this, because in this intro, we'll go to the cold open in a second, but this intro right here, okay, I'm playing on like 144p because the internet's so bad, but it doesn't look this blurry if you play it on correct. But anyway, there's something missing. Hello, Watan. Welcome. You're just in time. We're talking about this. Let's pop out chat. There's something missing here. And what's missing is the little animated by Kudos, music by DJ Danarchy. So I left him off and myself off of the credits at the beginning, which wasn't a thing up until the very last second. So here, I'm pulling up one of my earlier exports. It's basically the same video, but it just doesn't have the outro. So let's scrub through and watch this. So I had that on there. But in my final export, I ended up I didn't want to use like a copy of a copy of a copy. So I went back to get a original or the earliest version of this so that all the flickering was good and it was the highest resolution. But I forgot that I had actually put these on top of that later. So, and I didn't notice it until like, you know, maybe like the 8th time through watch after it was already published. So I left out DJ Danarchy in the beginning, and I left that out. And then I didn't include him in the outro sound bites either. I just had too much stuff and not enough time. So I didn't realize it till after it was uploaded. I was like, I literally didn't credit DJ Danarchy anywhere in the outro or the intro. And I barely even credited myself. I don't have Kudos anywhere in here except at the outro. Hello, Veronica. It's good to see familiar names back again hanging out. So what did you all think of the video? There's a lot of new stuff going on in this one. Hey, Cobella. Obviously this cold open. I've done some sort of horror movie-ish stuff with Mama's Boy, but this is obviously a lot more ambitious. This is the longest video, coming in at 4 minutes, 24 seconds. And that's not just padding the outro. The outro is the same length as usual. The outro, I admit, is a little lazy, like the animation stuff. I didn't put subtitles on it. I didn't animate a lot of like Alex heads. That's just because there's already like so much shit going on. You love the URL. ZA60D4. Oh yeah. Tell us about the live show. So thank you. I'm glad you like Celine. In one of the earlier live streams, I was showing the doing of this, of the animating of it, kind of halfway through the process. But I used my own little buddy boy brain as a model. I just took a couple seconds of video of him, exported them as still pictures, took out 2/3 of the frames, and hand painted each frame of this loop. So it was a lot of work, but it was worth it because it turned out really well and people like it and I like it. And it's up on my Giphy site if you want to see that. Yeah, so when peepee pants. So, yeah, so that was a fuck up. Was kind of inadvertently leaving out all credits to DJ Danarchy. There's also another thing here that nobody noticed was gone because it just never appeared. But I had little subtitles that just said whisper, and they were like whisper, 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 flying out of his mouth and floating in the air. Admittedly, pretty unnecessary. I just thought it was kind of funny. So that's not there. Ooh, Mom just got... Oh my god, I'm covering the chat. Peppercorn. Kitty always sitting on top of stuff. So, I'm going to acknowledge the chat here. 2 kittens. Of course they're incredibly cute. I'm like mad. Like, can you imagine? My mom's got 2 kids. They suck. They're fucking gross. They got like tiny heads, tiny eyes, but like big, bulky bodies, and they're, oh man, ugly kittens. That's so great. I love new kitten time because it's a relatively small, brief period in a cat's life. Hey Chad, another great video. Kudos, thank you. The URL within the animation. Oh, of course. I'm an idiot. I thought you were saying you liked the URL that like YouTube auto-generated for us. Like it, because occasionally that I don't know. I thought maybe there was some like, oh look, it spells Wang or something. Let's get a look. Let's take a look at that. That newspaper or the URL. Here we are. It said shit shit from movies we think are real. Shit from, yeah. They put it in the news. Cats don't have sad human eyes. No, they have sad kitten eyes, which are even sadder than sad human eyes, to be honest. Ooh. Ooh. I would let a cat inside or up on the couch before a person. Okay, yeah. So there's a few things about this. As Veronica pointed out, the lorem ipsum, because it doesn't fucking matter. Alex doesn't care. Nobody at InfoWars gives a one fuck about what's actually written in the article. It might as well be lorem ipsum. Missing photo, because Alex himself said they don't show it to you. We have his dumb, exactly what he said aloud, because that's how they write. That's how he writes headlines. We've seen it many times where he's dictating a headline to his staff and telling him what to write by just sort of going off the top of his head. We've got ads for Brain Force and Turbo Force, misspelled so that I'm not accidentally advertising the real thing. We have misspelling of tomorrow's news today. And then finally in the thing, it says infowars.com/page/shit from movies we think are real. Beans. I don't know. She's maybe not in a good position to show her beans. But she's got some little beanies of her own. Sometimes she's a beanie baby. Can you see your beans? You see the feetsies. Oh, you're tucked up. Oh, wow. Very cute name. I do like, I kind of like food names. Obviously, she's Peppercorn. She had a sister called Sundae, spelled like an ice cream sundae. And tragically, she ran out into the road and got hit by a car and killed. It was awful. She was still pretty young. But I had Peppercorn and Sundae. They were very cute together. You missed it too. Oh, that's all right. These things have to, there's way too much info to catch it on the first time through.
On farms, they're embryos of humans growing in animals. No, it's beyond that. They take them.
I did have. I'm not an expert in most things, art and everything, but I'm trying to work with color, you know, overall color and brightness and all this other shit. And I definitely don't have a handle on it. But what you can see from this video is I am experimenting with it. Like, this shot is clearly like a whole different look and vibe that, you know, and I'm switching back and forth between all these different looks. And I even got two different color schemes going on. You can see this more green versus this like bright blue. It's because I just kind of did these on different days with different, you know, in different programs, and I wasn't careful about like matching it. But there's probably some like artistic thing of like, oh no, but like then when it shifts to blue, it's when he like changes into a fish.
Beyond that, they take them out, they keep them alive.
If you didn't notice this as well, this is a morph that I just did manually. I had a drawing of each one, and I tried to like mush one to look more like the other. Each one. So I was like taking the baby face and mushing it more to the adult shape, and taking the adult one and mushing it more toward the baby shape. And like somewhere in the middle, I had it. Also goes through dramatic color change, which was just because I had different colors working on and slightly different shading, and then there's like filters on top because he's in the water, so he's more blue than he would usually be. So I ended up with this hot pink color, so I had to like morph it again to get it to this final color of more salmon color. It's 1 a.m. Wonton. Get to sleep. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks. It was really good to hear from you and getting us talking about kittens. Oh, look at her. Beans. There's them beans. God. This was pretty funny. My favorite little thing is this.
At the side with human horror in
that pop scare. Did anybody jolt from that pop scare? There's another like mini pop scare, which is this one.
And tanks, people with gills,
Zoom.
and their little babies, and they were in there just.
But it didn't really work. I didn't really play into it very much. I could have put like a music thing or like paused the dialogue or something.
They had in tanks people with gills and their little babies.
People with gills. So I figured as soon as he said people with gills, like that's sort of the instant that it's revealed what's going on. So then you see this one pop up. I don't know. What else? I don't know. Oh. Let me go back. Kitten is called Beans. Didn't catch the. Never noticed the URL. Watched it twice. Oh, the URL, missed it. He's so freaking cute. I call him Benjamin all the time. I've only had him a week and a half. Benjamin! What are you getting into? Benjamin. A kitten for my kitten. Okay, that's great. So you're building a kitten council, a cat council. It's really fun to have multiple cats. They are fascinating. Because they are social creatures, just not in the same way that dogs and stuff are. But they definitely have companionship and they love their cat buddies. But they also bicker and fight like siblings. Okay, Night Wanton. Did a great job amping up his speech, his horror story. Yeah, I decided to go cartoony, goofy with in England. And it was hard to decide which stereotypes to like just throw up there because I knew it would only be there for a second. So a British, flag on the T. That's the England like crest for their football teams. Union Jack, that's right. I couldn't. The bowler hat, the monocle. Yeah. So I think if I threw it all in there and then a modern thing of like that, the Nike swoosh on the football jersey, I figured y'all would get a laugh from that if you're in the know. I don't even know shit about England football fandom, so maybe there would have been a better jersey to pick, but I googled like what's the 2024 official jersey, and I saw a lot of pictures of people wearing it. What else? I'm trying to think of like mistakes or things that could do better or maybe just try to shift away from. The outro, I kind of all it is, it's similar to before when I would just sort of do like a reel of like my favorite little bits from previous episodes. It's starting to be a lot. Maybe I'll trim it down. Okay, I'm going to get on the bus. I'm going to turn on airplane mode, forgetting that it will disconnect Bluetooth. And then my phone starts playing the podcast aloud. Here's the part where I'm not sure specifically what I'm going to do yet. But cut to like Alex saying something, like saying the worst possible shit. Or not maybe the worst possible shit, but something where it's like, oh my God, I can't believe people are hearing me play this out of my phone. And I'm going to probably need a list of these. I'm going to need probably like 5 to 10 really good examples of like, oh shit, this was the worst possible moment that a stranger could overhear in my podcast. Right? So, whatever, shelve that. So then I panic, because basically Bluetooth's disconnected, and I'm like, shuffle, hit shuffle. I say something like, no, I don't listen to that guy. I'm actually listening to these other guys who make fun of that guy. See? And then I like shuffle around and I skip through the podcast and I cut to Jordan saying the worst possible thing ever. Right? Because Jordan's got some doozies like out of context, whether he's joking, whether he's like screaming about the globalists or whatever. I want to cut to like a funny like Jordan out of context, and then being like, no, 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 that guy, not that guy. No, 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 not that guy. The other guy. And I don't know how it's gonna go from there. I don't know how to end it from there. Like possibly we could sort of cut out of that scene, or do like kind of a. I could also maybe cut to like Dan saying the fucking awesomest thing ever, the best breakdown thing ever. Like Dan delivering like whenever, I don't know, like maybe Dan delivers like a fucking epic Alex Smackdown. And I'm sure there's a lot of those. Maybe again, this is the stuff I need to crowdsource a little bit as help with these sort of, because there's so much material. I know there's probably a specific thing that Dan is like this minute from this minute to where cut to the end. All the people on the bus are like, yeah, that's cool. I like I like knowledge fight now. Now I'm in the cult of Celine or something. So that's okay. Let's say ending a the whole bus converts to the cult of Celine. Into another knowledge fight video. Like this could be like a cold open for a whole other video. So, what do we think? Are there any ideas? The challenge of this one is going to be finding the right examples, the right like little sound bites. And what I would picture is like I'm holding my phone and it's just like it's a podcast player on shuffle, and I have all the podcast. And occasionally when you hit shuffle, like it'll seek back to the last part you were in the podcast, so it'll be like already in the middle. So that would be the idea. He's just hitting shuffle and the podcast is just going like cutting, and then it's Alex saying some terrible shit and then Jordan saying terrible shit. Just completely like that kind of joke that everyone talks about where like, I can't listen to this podcast out loud. So I want to bring that whole joke to life. That's my idea. So I don't know which ending to do. I don't know really where to take it, but we're going to consider this our kind of outline. Alex talking about vats of poop. Okay, let's figure where that is. I will this will be our kind of document, and I can use some search tools I've got. Alex talking about, and we'll just keep this as a big list that'll hopefully grow, and we'll have a big list, and then we'll trim it down to the very best. And this would open up some new animation challenges for me of like blocking a scene on a bus, making other characters on the bus, drawing their judgmental faces. What else? Fumbling with a cell phone. That should probably be fine. But it's going to be a lot of like reaction shots. It's going to be a lot of like, oh no, like face, looking around, embarrassed, perplexed looks. So you know, I'll have to really step up the face game. Step up your face game. Gotta draw faces better. Alright, so that's one new video idea. What are others? I don't know if this is going to happen next. It could. It might not. It depends on if I can write it. Basically, like the writing, once the writing is done, and in the earlier podcast videos that I did, the writing was basically already done. I hardly did any editing, like on 3 Ways to Learn and the telescope one. But this kind of stuff, those ones just wrote themselves. You just listen to the podcast, it's exactly already the thing. This is getting a lot more creative, and I don't know. I used to do this thing, and I try not to do it as much now, but sometimes I just start working. I start animating. I start drawing the art for a story or a video without really having the story down. So I don't know what I'm doing yet. I don't know the ending yet. But I'll just keep drawing the art, and I'll think about the story while I do that. And a lot of times, those just end up stalling. I've got so many videos started, like some of them with like full animation and sound effects and everything, and then just not released because I just didn't actually write the story yet. I just got too ahead of myself. So I'm trying to do more of a thing where it's like, get the whole story down and then just go after it. Right? So since we don't have the whole ending down, I don't know. I still wouldn't mind just drawing like a bus stop or a bus background, and these kind of things I don't mind doing because they're not super specific to this project. They could be used for anything, you know. But yeah, if I start like drawing like really specific stuff for this one, I might pull myself into one of those things where I just spend too much time going nowhere. That's what I'll do. So, what other video ideas do we have? Dare I pull out this old document? This document is... We might have to switch this over, reorganize it. So I got a lot of random stuff all over here. Okay. U.S. Code Title 50, Chapter 32, Subsection 1528, Paragraph B. There's a story there. Basically, he throws this out a couple of times. He throws it out in 2008. He says it again in 2009. In those episodes, those actually came later, chronologically. Episode 9 was the first Knowledge Fight episode where we hear that. And it's when he's talking to Joe Rogan and Eddie Bravo. And like the true morons they are, they heard Alex say that, and they're like, is that real? Did you just fucking do that? Oh my fucking God! Oh my fucking God! He's a fucking genius, dude! That fucking blew my mind! And then Dan breaks down what it actually means a couple times. I think he does it in a few different episodes. In a few episodes, he just says, we've talked about this before. Cut to 4:30 in 2020. He struggles with it a little bit and fucks it up. 2024, he really, really fucks it up. And there's a whole arc to it of his mental degradation over the years. So from the first time he utters Well, are you familiar with U.S. Code Title 50, Chapter 32, Subsection 1528, Paragraph B? And then they're like, huh? What? I don't think I know that one. And Alex just smug, like, yeah, well, I'm a policy wonk. I get down into the details, Listen to Knowledge Fight on brand. Dan mentioned Bits episode that I've happened to have animated. I did notice that he mentioned the Daleks. What else? I did remember him talking about the Daleks, and I was really curious if he had seen the animation and if that like brought it back to his mind, or I mean, he could very well have, because I mean, he obviously loves that. Like I was just recreating it, so I don't know if I actually would have reminded him of it. It's something he's put probably way more thought into than other people, because he has waiting all week to tell Jordan about it. But yeah, I did sort of suspect that maybe, possibly, Dan had seen those, but I didn't get a shout out, so I don't know. would have been nice. Wouldn't have hurt. Oh well. So anyway, U.S. Code Title 50, Chapter 32, Subsection 1528, Paragraph B. That should be the title of the episode. All right. It's so stupid. I try to cry as a fake thing. It's like a little bit. I caught him saying I tried to cry as a fake thing. I don't know. It's not a whole thing. Okay, the globalist trash truck. Fish people, robot cats. Okay, so we've done that. We've got fish people, robot cats. Behind the Bastards with Knowledge Fight. Joe Rogan fight. Matt Damon, Elysium. Oh, the SeaWorld story. Veronica told us about that one. Cult of Selene. There was a stretch of episodes where people were like signing up who had like ceremonially adopted animals in honor of Knowledge Fight. And I remember there was a quokka, and I remember once it got to a blue whale, because I heard that on episode 580. So maybe we should go back to like 5. Come on, meow. Okay, Alex gets drunk and invades the war room with Owen Schroyer and starts strip teasing and yelling turtle soup. Turtle soup! I don't understand what he was talking about. I'm gonna have to investigate that, what turtle soup means. Cyber Satan and his robots. Yeah, what about Leo Zagami? There's gotta be a story there. Leo Zagami, he did 9/11. Cyber Satan and his robots. Alex bidding his right arm that Glenn Beck is the FBI. How many people have you physically killed? Bragging about his audience size. Yeah. I still want to do formulaic objections. You know what was the thing that stopped me from doing Owen Schroyer saying he's a puppet? It doesn't, in that moment, it was kind of spoiled, because when he said, yeah, I guess I'm a puppet of Zero Hedge. He doesn't say, I'm a puppet. He says, I'm a puppet of Zero Hedge. And then Bill goes, no, no, not even that. You're a puppet of iCoin Bank. And then Dan pauses it and says, actually, it's iBank Coin or whatever. Like Bill misspoke when he said what it was. In my memory, it was like, well, then just admit you're a puppet. Okay, I guess I'm a puppet. And that would have been a really perfect one, but it's sort of like gets really sticky where I'm like, I have to edit this to where it's like technically like a dishonest edit or something. I don't know. Or it's an honest one because it's like it doesn't matter like the name of that weird little account on Zero Hedge. Bye, Cobella. Good night. So I don't know. It was just, and I thought maybe I could just really cut it off short. And just right after, well, I guess I'm a puppet of Zero Hedge. And just cut him off before he says no. And when they explain, like, it's not Zero Hedge, it's iCoin Bank or iBank Coin. Like, he gets the fucking name wrong, Bill. You dropped the ball, Bill. And I don't know. I just have, it didn't quite sound like it's gonna work. But these are, again, it's hard to imagine. And I have such a shit memory, like, where I listen to something and 1 second later, I can remember like what it meant, but I can't remember the exact words it used. So I'll sometimes misremember things pretty badly. So, this, maybe actually this, here's ending D. Here's an idea. Ending D. Segue into the neighbors of Dan hearing Jordan lose his mind. That's another whole video idea we've had, is finding all the points when Dan has to go, shh, neighbors. Because right before that, Jordan is saying something wild and ridiculous, right? All right. So that's maybe another neighbors. The SeaWorld story. Alex gets brain damage every night because of lack of oxygen. That's the Jimmy Dore episode? Oh, God, I don't want to draw Jimmy Dore. We could do a supercut of all the ways that Alex has admitted that he damaged his own brain. Like when he was trapped under the house with toxic chemicals. The fact that his sleep apnea is literally cutting off oxygen to his brain every night and it gives him psychic visions. Cut between deposition and show clips. Have you ever physically killed someone? Yep. The globalist hierarchy. Fish with sad human eyes. Yep, did that. Straight on for you. No fucking way. Won't do that. Rhapsody in gold background. Nah. Oh yeah. So this is kind of mixed up here. Let's just delete this. Delete that and that. So the globalist hierarchy includes zombos, gremlin wraiths, and renfields. The zombos are the glow-in-the-dark types. They're every age, color, and race. They're sleepwalking. They don't act in coordination. They mill around mindlessly, but they also follow whatever the globalist New World Order says. They're NPCs with a limited mission. This is just like a lesson in like dehumanization. And by like, it's a real trick of like, let's not even talk about whether or not they're human. Let's talk about the 3 different kinds of subhuman that they are. right? Like it's this real tricky trick to get like, yeah, it's sleight of hand to be like unquestioningly accept the premise of this question, because now we've got this very interesting, well, which you know, your teacher yelled at you, you know, for being a shithead today. She might be a gremlin wraith. They love soy, they love GMO, they love the system, they worship the system, and they act like worship the system, and they act like they're these avant-garde rebels, but they're totally backed by the New World Order. Whatever the system says. That's exactly what the Zombos do. The Zombos mill around mindlessly and do whatever the globalist New World Order says. And then there's the Renfields, and these guys are the ones who serve the Dracula. These are corrupt judges. These are people who groom children. These are people who abuse children, and they beg Dracula to be able to kill them too. So do you know those like pedophile guys that they caught on To Catch a Predator? Once they got out of jail, they went over and saw Dracula, and they had to beg him. They're like, please, Dracula, I want to kill kids. I keep getting in trouble because I'm trying to have sex with them. But I want to be able to kill him. Please let me, Dracula. Please, please, Dracula. I guess. That's the world according to globalists. A lot of people want to ask, who exactly are the globalists? You know? You can tell them, well, they're Zombos, Gremlin Wraiths, and Renfields, and Dracula. Obviously, Dracula has to be up here, because the Renfields serve Dracula. I don't think Alex really talked about Dracula very much in that episode. Okay. 10 trillion pound gorilla. We did that. When Alex was 2 years old eating at Luby's, he never remembered people bitching about the economy. Tim Pool's chicken analogy. Now, I actually already have done a Tim Pool chicken video. This is a different one, which actually is kind of funny. References that, because Alex goes, "Yeah, I've heard your chicken joke." And when he says that, I can cut back to my other video about Tim Pool doing his chicken joke. It's like, oh, but this. What about the one with the knives? That was the one with the guns. Have you heard my one with the knives? Oh, the chicken fried steak iced tea thing. Oh, I don't know. I'm not inspired enough to do that. How do I animate a vision from God? Absolute incontrovertible evidence of North Korean boats. WeirdDevice.com. What is that? Did we ever find out what the weird device was? Wait, is 5i, is this the... Oh no, this is the Korean boats. Where does he say weirddevice.com? We're going to see if Fudgy... Oh, not Fudgy. Yeah, probably Podscripts. We could do it. Weird device. We may never know what this weird device is. This company... Okay, this is it. WeirdDevice.com.
Andy and Kansas.
Have you heard about the weird device that could wipe out 280 million Americans? This is really scary stuff. Defense experts warn that this odd device poses the gravest threat we've ever known. In fact, just a few weeks ago, former Speaker of the...
Okay. It's not... They're not selling the device. They're warning of the device.
House Newt Gingrich wrote an op-ed piece for the Washington Post warning about this deadly threat. I can't believe that more people aren't talking about this.
Yeah, me too.
It may be because the liberals and the government are trying to cover it up.
Oh, that's why.
That's why my friend just created a free video at weirddevice.com that exposes this threat and blows the doors off the conspiracy. Go watch the shocking video at weirddevice.com right now to discover exactly what it is, plus discover the #1 way you and your family can survive this deadly attack. I'm not sure how long this video will be online, so go to weirddevice.com before it's gone forever.
All right. Yeah, I didn't quite remember what the weird device was. I think that was all the mystery. I didn't remember that it's not. It's like they weren't even selling a device. They're selling like a course on how to avoid this device. Hey, there's this thing. It's super dangerous. What is it? You gotta pay me money for me to tell you what it is, dude. You gotta pay me a little something. I'd love to tell you what this really dangerous device is coming to kill you and kill your family. And if you knew what I know, you could save your life and save your family's life. But God, my hand is just a little bit cold. You know, if I had a little something for this hand, maybe then I could tell you about it. It's exactly the kind of thing. That's precisely the exact type of advertising that is so welcome on InfoWars with Alex and his kind of thing, his crew, his whole setup. It's like, yes, that is very good. I like how Alex is like talking to these guys. Oh, I love that. How you like, you get people all scared and they'll panic and come try to use your services. Nicely done. Nicely done. Hey, did you go to scam college too? You're like an expert scammer. Did you go to ScamCon last year? Billy flopping in the pool. So there's a lot of Tim Pool stuff. I've already drawn a lot of Tim Pool. I've drawn his background, which could be fun to use again. Rob Dew. Smash and grab spy jobs. Oh yeah, we have Carrie saying my favorite X-File is Logan, the wolf guy. His name, and she's like, oh, who's that guy? Wolf guy. Yeah. Played by huge jacked man. He's a huge jacked man. He plays a wolf guy. I can't remember it, but he's my favorite X-File. He's my absolute favorite X-File, that jacked man. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? There should be a new podcast coming out tonight. Could be any hour, any day. Why don't we listen to... What should we listen to? I'm taking requests. The Limerick guy. That's another one I had started to like try to put together. Who the fuck is Daryl Rundis? That's another idea. Demon Daryl Rundis.
Jordan!
We're a couple dudes like to sit around, drink novelty beverages, and talk a little bit about Alex Jones.
That is what we do. Dan, is there some sort of reason, some sort of a compelling force
Nope.
that would make you listen to
Certainly
this
not.
show?
No, I said I know a lot about Alex Jones.
I don't know anything about Alex.
Right, there's our dynamic. That's the
Yep.
fun. Guys, today we are going to be talking about an episode as we
Hey,
usually do.
way to thank all the people who came out to our live show, Dan.
I was going to transition to that.
Come on,
that
man.
that was going to be my next thing.
Okay, all right.
But you have beat me to it.
I'll
Thank
jump
you
to it. Yes.
Thank you to everybody who came out to the live show. It was super awesome to meet some folks.
It was a shit ton of fun.
It was great.
It was a
great.
wonderful time.
And the episode that
I don't know if you guys liked it, but I'll be goddamned if I didn't have a great time.
You had a blast. The recording of that will be out tomorrow. We had a lot of editing that had to be done to make it sound nice. But also thanks to the theater playground letting us do that.
Yeah, I liked the way they let us run the show, which it seemed like when we started the show, everybody just left. There was the sound guy, and then there was nobody else there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It was wild stuff.
Yeah.
But anyway, I have no idea if there were more employees. It was weird.
I don't think so.
I felt lost.
Oh, yeah, no, there was no rules.
And in that lostness, I kind of forgot to make one of the big points that I wanted to make.
Yes.
And let this relate to the episode that will air tomorrow.
And that point is we could have stolen fucking everything.
Probably.
Yeah.
But also that the point that I wanted to make about Alex Jones in that episode, especially, and I think it relates to almost everything else, is that he never takes the time to get stories right. You know what I'm saying? And that's one of the most dangerous things that people in media, and especially people in persuasive media,
Yeah, he shoots from the hip.
Right, and he just he knows in this case he knows he has like 2 days or so to get a story out before the facts refute it.
Right,
and
right,
so
right.
Anyway, this isn't going to make sense because the live show isn't out yet. No one is listening to this, has
Great.
listened to it, but keep that in mind. That is a really dangerous thing.
To everybody who's listened thus far, pause it.
Right.
Wait for tomorrow's show, and then listen to us on Thursday.
Don't do that.
Okay.
But anyway, I would also like to say a thank you, first of all, I mean, again, to the people who came to the show, and then also to a new technocrat.
Oh, shit!
We've got a new donor. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much, John C.
I'm a policy wonk.
4 stars. Go home to your mother and tell her you're brilliant.
Someone sodomite sent me a bucket of poop.
Daddy Sharp. Bum, 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 bum. Jar Jar Binks has a Caribbean black accent. He's a loser little titty baby. I don't want to hate black people. I renounce Jesus Christ.
Fine. Thank you, John C. We appreciate it so much.
Thank you very much, Chelsea.
So, Jordan, today what we're going to be doing is a little bit of reclamation on my part.
Right.
So in the
We're
preparation...
giving back lands to the Native Americans.
No, I'm reclaiming some of my time.
Oh, okay. All right.
I spent a large amount of time trying to find an episode to do for the live show.
Uh-huh.
And in doing so, I ended up listening to, I think I said it was like 12 or 13 episodes of his show.
Yeah, it was some ridiculous. It was like 40 hours.
Yeah, it was a lot.
Yeah. You put a full-time jobs into it.
And so what I wanted to do here is I wanted to take some time to go over some of the stuff that didn't end up in the live show. Because there was some stuff that was still worth it, but I thought, like, this isn't for the live show.
Right.
And so today what we'll be doing is we'll be going over April 1st and 2nd of 2013.
Okay.
This is something that I found that was because I searched every April Fool's Day.
Of course.
'Cause I thought that might be some fun.
Sure.
And it wasn't the kind of fun I was looking for.
Like most April Fool's Days.
Exactly. And so on this this April 1st of 2013, Alex Jones tells a story through most of the show, and it's one of the best things I've ever experienced. This story is nuts. And it's about a vacation that he had taken recently.
This is an autobiographical story.
This is the Halloween story all over.
Okay,
again. We're gonna
He's dressing like a Nazi again.
not quite, but we're gonna get a number of versions of this story, and it's exciting. I love it. Here's the first one.
And when we come back, I'll briefly tell the story, start the next hour, and take your calls and get into all this news. Again, I had family in town this weekend at kind of a small family reunion out at a little, a resort outside Austin. And I went to that, and I was there about half the time because I had company at my house. And I just was in the hot tub, and all three of these guys were listeners. One guy was from Portland, Oregon, an engineer. The other two were businessmen. One was in construction. The other was another kind of business.
I just noticed something. Alex said that he went to a resort hotel in Austin because he had family staying. Is that weird? if I went to visit my relatives and I stayed in a hotel in the same city where they live, would they come hang out in the hotel in the hot tub with me there? I mean, why not, I guess? Just be like, hey, I mean, we fucking paid for this hotel and shit. Just come hang out here. And Alex, or, I mean, I guess, I feel like Alex is just like, oh yeah, stay at this hotel because I want to like sit in the hot tub there. I don't know. It's something I'd never noticed before is how he's like, yeah, I was like, it was in Austin. Like, you live there. Why are you at a hotel in their hot tub in your own town? I'm sure Alex has his own hot tub, right? At his house. Does he not have his own private hot tub? Dude's got a fucking ranch? I mean, it's not that hard to get your own hot tub. You fucking brokey.
I forget.
So far, so good.
We just had a discussion about how do we fix America? How do we wake folks up to the bankrupting, the bank stealing the money in Cyprus?
Yes, how do
And-
we do that?
This guy gets out of the pool and looks at us and says, we're going to get you, and you can't stop us. It was just so creepy.
Wait, what?
Like it was a pirate right there. The natural thing to do. Man, these people are dangerous. They're dangerous, and they know. They know what they're doing.
All right. So
If I understand this story correctly,
yes,
he's in a hot tub. 3 guys.
Yes.
All 3 of them were listeners.
Listeners, they love the show.
They're all talking. They're all figuring out how to solve America's problems.
Right.
Also, Cyprus's problems.
Sure.
It's about time somebody did that.
Well, because they're all listeners, they know that Cyprus's problems are our problems because of the globalists.
yes, exactly.
Right.
And then one of them.
No. A different guy.
No, see, I didn't hear him introduce a different guy.
I know too much. It's a different guy.
Okay. See, now I heard him just say,
No.
and then one of them stood up
No.
and said, we're going to get you.
Different guy.
Different guy. All right.
Different guy. He
Because
stands
I'm
up.
hoping for a secret globalist in this situation. No.
Oh, well, you might be thrilled with where this goes, but it's not a secret globalist in so much as it's one of the people he's hanging out with,
Right.
in the hot tub,
One of the 3 fictional listeners,
Right.
That I'm sure, of course.
and he's like, "Aha! I'm gonna get you."
Wait, but how long was he there for?
What do you mean? The other guy?
Yeah,
whole time.
He was there the whole time.
Look, we'll get more details as this goes
I
along.
need to, but okay,
Yeah,
never mind. That's fine. That's fine. This story, there's some red flags.
Right, but he was going break at this point, so he didn't have time to fully flesh out the story. So now he comes back from break, and he has a chance to give this story a couple more layers.
So wait, he's gonna retell the story immediately after break.
Oh yeah, a couple more layers of detail.
And I told the guys in the hot tub after this establishment authoritarian collaborator left, when I was in that hot tub, I gave him Rob Dew's email because he's good at reading his email, and I said, later in the week we'll get a couple of you guys on if you want to tell the story of what you saw because it's so unbelievable. We're all calmly sitting there in a
For the I like that Alex admits that this is unbelievable. To the best of my knowledge, he does not have them on to say like
to
this
corroborate
happened.
his story. Yeah.
And even if they did, I still don't believe it.
a hot tub going, I don't know how we bring together, the country. I don't know how we unify people around the Bill of Rights and Constitution.
And
the Cyprus situation, they're going to suck our accounts dry here. It's the crony capitalist. How do we get our industry back?
Coal.
And one guy worked in utility contracting. He was talking about how they were shutting the power plants down. And it was all about saving America and unity. These guys were all successful. One was an electrical engineer. The other guys were successful in business. One guy, has a payroll of $250,000 a month. The other guy, you paid $300,000, he was saying, in taxes to the feds last year. And we're sitting there in the hot tub. I'm watching my kids off running around and stuff at the pool. My wife's over there in the pool.
Unnecessary details.
Wait. So this is midday.
Right.
I'm imagining a later night, like everybody's drinking,
No.
everybody's got a cocktail. No, this is midday.
Yeah.
Sun shining.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful, gorgeous day.
Yep.
Wife and kids in the pool over there.
Right.
Alex as far away from them as he can possibly get,
Hanging
while
out
still
with
being
fake listeners.
Yep. And imaginary globalist.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And this guy gets in the tub, and I said, man, that guy's an authoritarian. The way he was about 67 years old, he said he was. Later when we talked to him, he had a baseball cap on, and he was sitting there very elitist. And I was talking about China and the suicide nets and the mass extermination. And he goes, hey, China's doing a great job. It's not a problem. Have you read this professor's book? And, we're bringing in globalism to end the violence. Of course, there'll be some problems on the road to it. And I was like, whoa, you mean Fabian socialism? To bring in the world government, there'll be violence, but after it'll all be fixed. And he didn't know who I was, or he said he didn't. And he gets out of the hot tub and he leans over and he goes,
he must have been
the age of the white man is over.
White man.
We're taking over. The demographics have changed, and we're going to get everything.
Wait, wasn't he an old white man?
Your guns, everything. And he said, you've lost. And we're like, we've lost. We're talking about mega banks draining everybody's accounts. We want to build productivity and that. And because it was, 4 white guys in the hot tub. And I'm like, you're here at a resort enjoying the free market. This stuff doesn't exist in socialist countries and places that have become corrupt. It falls apart.
You are the worst conversation.
And he said, like I said, what you say doesn't matter. We control things now. We control the narrative. And I went, what do you do? And he goes, I'm a government scientist in viruses. And he smiles, and I go, oh, my God, you think there's too many people. And he's like, you bet there is. And I went, oh, my gosh. He goes, I don't know who you are, and you don't count. And the other guy said, obviously, he meant he knew who I was. Of course. He just wanted to say, you don't exist to me. Like, it's where they speak down to us. This was an actual authoritarian enemy operative.
So.
All right.
So now the story is it's all about white genocide, basically.
Right. Right.
Or all of Alex Jones's narratives are being confirmed by this weirdo stranger who overhears him talking to a couple people in a hot tub and is like, China's doing great. This is the fakest shit I've ever heard.
This is a wonderful story.
Mm-hmm.
I think it would have been written well by Kate Chopin.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think there's a great author there that can really knock this story out of the park.
Or whoever wrote
I want to know what
child roll on to the Dark Tower came.
I want to know exactly what the internal monologue of this government scientist globalist is.
He sees him coming over and he's like, oh, that's an authoritarian.
Yeah, well, of course. I mean, if you see a man wearing... What would he be wearing that makes him look like an authoritarian?
He's got a cap. I don't know.
He's got a baseball cap.
Right.
Was it backwards?
Could have been.
That's
Sideways.
an authoritarian move right
Sideways
there.
means he likes to party. So you're in luck because you're asking about like some details for what happened and all that.
Am I going to get some details?
About 10 minutes later, he tells the story
He
again.
tells the same story 10 minutes later.
Yep.
He is workshopping this story.
Totally.
For a party later.
Totally, because he adds dialogue in this one.
He adds okay.
The story shifts a little bit
all right.
in this third telling of it.
Who's the hero in this story?
There are no heroes.
Yeah.
But if you just joined us, I was telling a story about my mom had an idea to go out to one of these, it was a Hyatt hotel outside Austin, Texas.
Blame your mom.
Golf course and the rivers out there, and there's, a big swimming pool and stuff for the kids.
Great.
So we thought we'd have some family into town, just have a small little family reunion for Easter and go out there. So I'm sitting there in the hot tub, and it's an upper end, nice hotel. And there's 5 white guys. There were other, quote, groups of people out there, but that'd be 5 white guys in this hot tub over at 10 because there were 2 hot tubs.
5 white guys walking to a hot tub.
We're sitting there talking about how, the globalists are shutting down America, how both parties are corrupt, about how, crony capitalists are able to use government to shut down their competition, how they're trying to bankrupt us by design. So it was really a serious, heartfelt discussion. One guy's like, man, let's talk about the Rangers, because I hadn't brought it up. These guys were listeners. A couple of them heard of me, but a couple were hardcore listeners. Another guy gets in the hot tub and is listening. And this wasn't like that evil Obama, these bad minorities. It was not even a discussion about that, but a white guy gets in there. White guy. Looked like about retirement age. He said he was 67 later. He said the age of white men is over. You'll all, won't be here soon. And one guy said, well, how old are you? And he goes, 67. He goes, we got 9 years on me. It was, but the whole point was we were having a heartfelt, the globalists are going to bankrupt us, and they're working with China to leverage things out, and the poor Chinese people. Yeah, did you hear about this?
Why are you having this conversation?
And I'm sitting there talking to the engineer, and the guy's sitting there. He starts defending communist China, and I went, "So you're a collectivist?" He goes, "Yes, I am."
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
He goes, I work for the government.
Using viruses.
I work in pure research and viruses. And we go, so we pay your salary. He goes, it doesn't matter. And he goes, we're taking over. And he gets out of the hot tub. We're being real nice to him. We thought he was joking. And he stands there for like 20 minutes, pointing his finger at us with the most ridiculous. It'd be like a 5-year-old kid going to WWF or WWE wrestling and standing by one of the, fake, muscle guys.
They have real
or
muscles.
fake tough guys or whatever. I'm sure they are tough guys, but it's like ballet. One of the actors, and actually, little kids feel powerful, reflected glory, standing at the knee of a big man. When I've seen my son, I guess he's healthy, so he admires his father.
I think.
Wait, what?
There's a little more to this clip.
I guess he's healthy, so he admires his father.
I think there's a little more to this clip, but I know there is. But I think what he's getting at there is like this authoritarian old man was like he stood there for 20 minutes pointing at Alex.
20 minutes?
Because
does he say anything, or is he just?
No, he's just pointing at him.
Is he just
apparently.
like the ghost of Christmas Future?
I accuse you.
J'accuse.
What he's doing too is just like, I think he's insinuating that the authoritarian, felt tough because he was around Alex. Like there's something about Alex's toughness that rubs off on other people. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Anyway, there's a little more to the clip here.
All right.
Let's see what the rest of the story
I can't
holds.
understand those words.
So we don't let him watch mainstream television. He disdained me because that's the message. He feels strong when he's around me.
Okay.
But it was just watching, like, yes, I'm an authoritarian, a collectivist, and yes, the state's taking over, and you individualists will be defeated. And he was laughing with, like, really evil pleasure. This was like a movie. and all these serious guys that have all these employees and are smart, and they're going, I employ a lot of people. Obamacare raised taxes on people's payroll. One guy, he's like, whatever. He goes, that's all part of the takeover. It'll be different once you've been dealt with. And one guy starts going, why don't you just get out of here then? And the guy's like, you bet I will. Enjoy your time. And it was like sometimes he was like an anti-white racist who was a white guy.
All this doesn't make sense. Like no one behaves like this. And
where's your first?
All of it.
Where's your first hole in this?
All of it.
Where's your plot hole here?
This shit's Swiss cheese, my friend.
Let's workshop this. How can we punch up this story?
I would have a page.
Cut out a lot of details.
Page 1 rewrite, just from scratch. Start over again.
All right.
I would say
condense the 3 guys.
Well, here's what I would do: get rid of the antagonist. Because that's bullshit.
Yeah, of course.
It's unbelievable.
Right.
If you wanted to say that you're just hanging out in a hot tub with a couple people who turned out to be fans of yours, by all means, go for it. That's an
I don't know. You gotta have a driving force in the story.
No, because it's too similar to all the times that he says he goes to grocery stores and people turn into demons when they look at him.
Well,
and
yeah,
stuff
but
like
that's
that.
because there's a theme developing.
No,
he's
crazy.
It's like Stephen King writing all of his stories in Maine. It's like there's always going to be the guy.
Right. There is a unreliable narrator situation, and anytime
exactly.
Alex Jones tells a story about his own life, and we know
Alex Jones lives Fight Club. I think that's what's really going on here.
Yeah, to a certain extent,
Yeah.
or at least he thinks everyone else wants to fight with him.
Right.
That's definitely part of his psychosis. But Jordan,
yes,
we're having a lot of fun. We're laughing at this obviously not true story
it's
from
bananas.
Alex's vacation.
It's bananas.
But we should be.
Is he going to tell it again?
No, we should be serious.
Are you lying
though.
to me?
No,
Okay.
we should be serious.
Okay.
This event in Alex Jones's life had some serious consequences.
How?
Listen to this.
This is what it looks like to be a fallen joke of a people. And I don't say that to put us down. I'm really sad. In fact, I had nightmares. After I talked to that guy Saturday night, I woke up. I don't really usually have nightmares.
Oh, no.
Or if I have a scary dream, it's more like entertainment. I woke up just in a sweat, so sad for how evil that guy is and how pathetic he was. Like, I had sorrow in the dream for how pathetic these people are. That they're so horrible and so weak and so evil and so dangerous and so pathetic, and that they're going to have their way. They're going to bring America down. They're going to wreck everything because they hate goodness. They hate success. They hate wealth because they're nobodies.
That doesn't track.
I mean, that guy was a government viral scientist.
Also not true,
That's,
but-
I mean, yeah, but that's kind of a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, if he wouldn't be a nobody if that is true.
Yeah, no, he's definitely not a nobody.
But also, it doesn't.
He's the one devising the genocide virus, right? That's a big deal.
It doesn't track logically to be like these people are so evil and they want to destroy you because they're nobodies.
Yeah.
Being a nobody doesn't necessarily mean you want to destroy the world.
Well, it's
That's
also
silly.
because they hate good.
Well, sure. But that's just a pathetic. I mean, he's using George W. Bush rhetoric. Like, they hate our freedoms.
Yeah,
and
well,
stuff
they do
like that.
hate our freedoms.
Right, but Alex plays this game where he's like,
Love our viruses,
I
though.
hate George W. Bush. I think he's a monster trying to pitch this war on us. Then he uses the same rhetoric against his imaginary enemy, the globalists.
Right.
It's bizarre.
Right.
Very bizarre.
Strangely enough, though, both enemies, ultimately the same thing, and that's brown people.
Yep.
That's Muslims.
Yep.
That's what's really going on here.
Well, because they're
Even
the
his-
tool of the globalists.
Even his disagreements with the globalists are like, whoa, 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 whoa. We both hate Muslims. That's the disagreement. That's it. That's the whole thing.
So, Jordan, we're done with that story for now.
Yes.
But on the
For now.
on April 1st, we do find a big piece. It's a bad show. It's not
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
It's mostly this story. But at the end of it, we get a visit from one Steve Pachenik.
Okay.
And at this point, Steve Pachenik is pushing the Sandy Hook was fake narrative.
Okay.
And Alex has him explain.
I was there in the hot tub. I can tell you all of it's true.
He looks like he's about 67.
Yeah.
Maybe it was Pachenik.
It was Pachenik.
This Pachenik
Wearing a mask.
fake mustache. Pachenik.
Okay. New theory.
All right.
New theory.
All right.
Everybody in Alex's life is living a constant make-a-wish for Alex.
Well-
where it's like everybody always... Every single person in all of his stories who's the antagonist, that's one of his friends wearing a mask to give him something to talk about.
So it's like when they turned the city
Turned
into
it
Gotham.
into Batman. Yeah,
for,
same thing.
for the baby
Same
kid
thing.
who was dying.
They're all being told every single day that Alex is going to die, and it needs to be the best day of his life.
I mean, it's possible. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I think there's another theory that if you use the logic of people like Steve Pachenik,
Yeah.
you could say that everyone Alex runs into is crisis actors.
Ooh,
You
that's
could say
true.
that. You know,
Okay.
everybody is just, but that's just gang stalking shit.
Right,
That's-
right.
That's a classic kind of,
See, now that's an
Schizophrenia.
improv anywhere video I would actually watch.
yeah. So in this next clip,
The boyhood length 12-year long film of everybody fucking with Alex Jones.
I couldn't handle watching it because I know the consequences are this. And it would bum me out. I'm
Right.
like, good prank, guys. Good
Right.
prank. But unfortunately,
You at least got to give him respect.
yeah.
Yeah.
So this is Steve Pachenik explaining pretty early on why he believes that Sandy Hook was a false flag.
Okay.
So, Doc, what is your take on Sandy Hook? Is it just all the clear scripting and how they were ready minute one, and now it's come out that Bloomberg was ready months before?
Not true.
And then all the people that look and act like actors. What's your take as an expert on this?
Well, this is a total script.
He's an
It would have
expert
coming
on
out
this.
of a woman who lives in Sandy Hook who's worth $600 million, and you can call her up. You can interview her, named Susan Collins. She's written all the Hunger Game movies and the Hunger Game books, and literally it comes out of her script. The assassination of children in schools, assassination of children in a dystopic society, the fact that she had no comments, the fact that this almost came out of her own books on children in war.
So yeah, that's his theory. That's where it comes from.
Sandy Hook
That's a big part of their
Sandy Hook-
Sandy Hook theory.
is the Hunger Games.
Right. And because Susan Collins is from near Sandy Hook.
Right.
Or
Well, you
maybe
can-
even Sandy Hook, I don't
You
know.
can call her up.
Right, you could. And it's suspicious that she says no comment.
Yeah.
Why
She
would-
doesn't have anything to say
Why would she comment on, other than to an official
other than
outlet,
to
possibly?
hide. Other than to hide.
You make a great
Dan.
point. You make a great point.
Why wouldn't she comment?
How fucking soft is this shit?
What else does Susan Collins have to do?
You could make the argument then that, like, hey, I don't know, Devin Sawa was in on it because he was in that movie, The Faculty. Was he in that? No. Usher. Usher Raymond was in it. Usher did it. Usher was involved.
Usher the musician.
Sure, but
Yeah.
I mean that had
Sure.
that had to do with students being killed at school.
Right.
Is nonsense, man.
Dude.
This is a disaster.
Nobody nobody show him the Japanese version.
Oh, sure,
of the
Battle
Hunger Games.
Royale?
Nobody show him Battle Royale.
That's a
Steve
better
Buscemi
conspiracy theory that she owes that person millions of dollars. But like, it bums me out because Alex is wrong about so much, and I never knew that the sort of genesis of this theory. Obviously, it's coming from Steve.
And the Hunger
Steve is
Games.
one of his big resources on this.
Right.
And one of the biggest things he has going for him is, look, Susan Collins is from there. She wrote a book.
Yeah.
She won't say any comment. That's not anything.
So is the implication then that the government hired her to write the Sandy Hook massacre?
Probably. Or predictive programming through the Hunger Games book.
I like the conspiracy better if the government goes to Susan Collins and they're like, we don't even know how to false flag it.
Oh, so you're talking like a wag the dog scenario.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They're like, we need a script writer because we can't write the Sandy Hook massacre.
Right. We need.
How would you?
We need Woody Harrelson to come in and write a song about a shoe.
How would you even begin to write the Sandy Hook massacre? Would you just look back at all of the other school shootings that we've had?
That are very similar.
You hire Susan Collins,
right,
of the Hunger Games.
And let me be clear too. The Hunger Games is nothing like Sandy Hook.
I feel like we shouldn't have to say that, and yet at the same time, I think we do have to
say
that.
There are there's a lot of differences in terms of the setting, the plot,
right?
All those sorts of things. So
no. Don't you remember the similarities?
Yeah, tons of them. So that bums me out, man.
Are there any similarities?
Kids died. I guess that's the big one.
Is that his point?
Yeah, I think so.
And it was a school.
Yep. That's about it.
All right.
And then he goes on to talk about crisis actors, and that's a load of bullshit.
Susan Collins is great, then.
Yeah. After that, he goes into like, hey, there's crisis actors, all this shit, and like, that's not compelling either. You look into all those arguments, and that's macaroni, not macaroni, Swiss.
It's
cheese.
That's macaroni.
It's cheese with holes in it, my friend. I wish they had something better, but they don't. They're just casting. It's the same thing that we talk about over and over again. It's telling stories before there is a story in order to get ahead of it.
Like Susan Collins.
Right. And just making stuff up, making implications, insinuations that are irresponsible, and that's all he's doing about Sandy Hook. And unfortunately, it caught on like crazy. And granted, Alex Jones.
Well, so did the Hunger Games.
It's true. Maybe that's the connection.
That's what it is.
I mean, Alex Jones.
The only person who could write a conspiracy theory this great, is Susan Collins.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Alex Jones didn't start Sandy Hook denialism or anything like that.
Right.
But I mean, he played a big part in publicizing it, and so, I mean, he should be ashamed that one of his big pieces of logic is the Hunger Games.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. Anyway. We go from here on to April 2nd.
Well, you know who wrote Las Vegas?
Who's that?
J.K. Rowling.
J.K. Rowling?
J.K. Rowling.
What are you talking about?
Of course she did.
What are the connections?
It's the highest grossing shooting.
Come on.
All right.
We move on to April 2nd.
Terrible.
And Alex Jones is in a different headspace on April 2nd. And he starts things off with a little bit of complaining about the UN, which is interesting. I mean, he hates the UN. And let's see where he goes with it.
And then when the UN finally takes over under State Department plan and UN International Treaty and Public Law 7277, that's an executive order that becomes law by bureaucratic fiat. Under 7277, go read it. And go look at the graphics. It shows our military being phased down to nothing as the UN NATO military is built up. Our helmets get little in the graph. Their helmets get big in the graph. And then, when they're finally done making you hate the police and the revolution and the takeover, the globalists are in the revolution, they're then going to disarm all the police as well.
And there's a fake laugh.
Fake laugh, yeah.
So what do you think about that? What do you think about Law 7277?
It sounds great.
Sure does.
I want to know what law preceded it. Like, what was 7276? And then what was 7278? Because if 7277 is get rid of the entire military, I feel like one or the other on either side has to be similarly good.
You're asking stupid questions, my friend.
And then the other one is like what? Everybody uses a toilet.
Everybody dance.
Yeah.
That's the
one.
That's the next thing. So we've actually mentioned this a tiny bit before. I didn't realize that this was such a huge part of Alex Jones's dumb beliefs about the UN. But what this is a document that was put out by the State Department, and it is called Freedom from War, the United States Program for General and Complete Disarmament in a Peaceful World. It was written and released in September of 1961, and basically what it lays out is a plan that they'd like to see for weapons being taken away. Not weapons taken away from everybody, but de-escalation of arms.
Right.
And one of the reasons for that is they were in the middle of the fucking Cold War.
I don't understand.
Primarily what it is about is reducing the risk of nuclear war. It doesn't really have to do with disarming populations as it does with the United States and the fucking Soviet Union getting together and negotiating to not use nukes and to make sure that other countries don't pursue operations in nuclear weapons. So this is just something that was written by the State Department.
Yeah.
And it's submitted to the UN.
It was a wish list to Santa.
It's conceivably submitted to the UN, but one of the things that you can do is you can go to the UN's website. And you know what they have? They have minutes of every assembly that they have. So I went back to the 16th General Assembly from 1961 and looked through it. Is there anything here?
You can read every single UN General Session?
Everyone.
Every single one of them?
Every single one. Even some of the stuff that seems petty as hell. Like they're just making proclamations of stuff.
Yeah.
That's largely what they do when they have General Assemblies.
Right. It's a useless organization.
They generally don't end up saying like, all right, we're going to disarm everybody. What they end up doing is that they say, it is our feeling that what we should pursue, the people should pursue, is the United States and Soviet Union not using nuclear weapons and shit like that.
Dear Santa, can we not kill everybody?
Right.
Thanks.
So much like the Cloward and Piven nonsense, which is just something that was written up and discussed by professors as as just an idea.
Yeah.
This was just an idea that was given and made, and the UN didn't even hear it. Didn't even hear it in their General Assembly.
Truly a testament to the laziness of humankind. That literally every single UN General Session you can go and read, and there are still conspiracy theories about it.
Yeah, totally.
That's fantastic.
I had the 16th Assembly pulled up and the 17th, and the
17th was a good one.
17th was great.
If I was going to rank all of the UN General Assemblies, I would start with 76. That one was amazing.
So one of the things
now, of course, in the top 5 is number 1, but that's really just a legacy thing. Like it's the legend, you know. It's just that it started the whole thing.
Yeah. So in the General Assembly documents, they have the entire minutes, and it's just stuff like this, like admission of the Republic of Rwanda to membership in the United Nations. There are things that are proposed, and then they discuss them, and they're all listed in here. And most of them are really mundane shit. Some of it is about money. A lot of it is about dispensation of money, the trusteeship status. There's there's stuff about needing to fill positions and stuff like that. It's the minutes of a boring meeting.
Oh, that was Order 7276.
But there's also stuff on there about like nuclear disarmament and shit. And so I mean, what Alex talks about, this Rule 7277, is not something that's even passed as a United States law, and it's not something that was even put to the floor in the UN General Assembly. So it's nothing. It's just something that someone wrote and was like, don't fuck it. That's pie in the sky shit. Don't do this. So
that's kind of I'm kind of inspired.
But this is what Alex does.
I'm kind of inspired by this level of stupidity.
This is what Alex does all the time, though, too. He doesn't take the context of documents he's citing into account. The fact that he still cites that one dumbass thing about chemtrails, that long Article 50, blah, 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 that he did on Rogan, it means, like...
Well, that was also something that the virus scientists admitted to him in the hot tub.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Nefariously. While he was pointing at him for 20 minutes.
Now, this is a whole new wrinkle on Alex that I want. I want actually his show to be in a hot tub and just have people say random shit to him.
Well, he's done a couple episodes without his shirt on. It's close.
That is pretty close.
It's close enough for jazz.
Now I just imagine every story of his is him in a hot tub. Do you think he wears a chain? I feel like he wears a chain when he gets into the hot tub.
Probably. Huge chain.
Never wears a chain any other time. But when you get into a hot tub,
you got to dress to impress.
You got to DJ Khaled that shit.
So, Alex Jones, if you wanted to make some other critiques of the UN, I would be game for them, because the UN does have a lot of impotent enforcement of human rights stuff, and a lot of the employees of the UN have been caught doing some pretty bad shit.
Yeah.
There are definitely issues, and if you wanted to talk about those in a more realistic way, I'd be all for it. But
I would say
instead,
they're
because
like
he
number
focuses...
7 on the international. Like number 1 is FIFA as far as international corruptness. Then you go down to the IOC, the Olympic Committee. Then you take one step down, and then we're at the NCAA.
Okay.
And they're so evil, even though they're not international, they're still top 3 on international corruption lists.
Right. And number 10, 11, somewhere down there is globalists.
Right.
Fake globalists.
Right. Number 12, AT&T. Weird thing.
I'd like to propose Sprint. Not a fan. Anyway, in this next clip, Alex Jones talks about some of the other stuff that he thinks that the UN does, and
he doesn't look like a gang banger.
All right.
I apologize.
There we go.
That does sound bad, that voice. But this isn't about the UN. This is about someone had made a facetious argument about killing kids up till 3 years of age or something like that.
Yeah.
It was more of a thought experiment than anything else. It wasn't a serious proposal in any sense.
I think it should be.
Well, you're alone in that opinion.
Fair enough.
But so Alex...
Well, I got at least one more.
Yeah. You got whoever made this facetious argument and you.
Yeah.
He doesn't look like a gang banger.
The way he says it, it means the other thing.
I mean, everybody knows.
Not the thing he thinks.
But if you're wearing a sports jacket and a nice shirt and
fuck
calling
a lot
for
of people.
dead babies,
He's not a gang
I mean,
banger.
that's
He's a gang
liberal. And I could just imagine that I'm with them. I wonder what it's like just to imagine I'm with the New World Order.
Right there is a problem for his future.
Sometimes I just like to imagine I'm with the New World Order. Does he list all the things that he did for Trump?
Well, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Like,
Right.
he's showing some signs of like, I want to be on a fucking team.
Yeah.
I'm sick of this.
Yeah,
Everyone thinks I'm a dick.
I have a dream.
Yeah,
I want to sell pills. I'm sick of this gold shit. Gold isn't going anywhere.
At this point, I think it's still longevity, your favorite longevity. But here we go.
Love longevity.
Let's see where he goes with these thoughts of wanting to be part of a team.
As they poison, as they destroy my future, as they do all this. And I just imagine I'm part of it. And I turn on I watch the State of the Union and look at Obama and, oh, he's for me. Oh, he likes me. Oh, I've got a newborn baby coming. I'm going to go give it a bunch of shots. And then, the baby's 18 months old, walking around, giggling and laughing, and gets the next round and then has convulsions and never talks again. But that's not the shots. Oh, it's the government loves me. The government is a loving group.
Okay.
Okay, let me just stop. The new magazine is out, and it's selling very, very quickly. And of 8 issues, we've sold out on 5 of them.
Damn it, Dan!
Smooth
You
stuff.
son of a bitch!
Smooth stuff.
Ah!
So he's selling a magazine back at this point.
Infuriating.
At this point, he's selling a magazine. He has an
All right.
InfoWars magazine.
Okay.
Full glossy spreads of, I don't know what.
So you mean he was right on time in getting into the print industry?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. So here's where he gets back to the UN troops. And
What's in this magazine?
I don't fucking know. I should get all the.
Yeah,
I should
we need to
all
get.
of them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, for my collection, I should have every InfoWars magazine. Ugh.
I know you see Miss America up there saying, I love the UN, and shirts of little starving kids, and, oh, the UN's helping. The UN's there cutting their food off. And then once they've already killed most of them, they'll have a photo op giving some kids some food. The UN in Rwanda helped kill 1 million people, on record.
No.
You can type in UN troops killing children, and if you got the nerve to look at it, it's barbecuing them, raping them,
look at the evidence.
roasting them over fires, beating their brains out. They were there with machine guns set up when they had, the Hutus killing the Tutsis, the Christian minority, and then they tried to get out of the camps. They would run them to refugee camps. The UN would then pull out and wait with heavy machine guns because they didn't want to spend too many bullets. A human's not worth a bullet. And then they would send in the one tribe to hack them up. Yeah, there's the Guardian. UN troops stand by and watch carnage. They didn't stand by and watch. They run the operations.
So Alex thinks Rwanda was a false flag.
Right.
That's rough.
No, that sounds right.
I'd like to read to you from this article about the.
If you type in the exact words he says,
nothing comes up.
Do not. Even if something did come up, don't trust the first link on that, because that's somebody who is saying exactly those words, and you can't trust somebody who says those words.
So this is a conversation that the Guardian had with a lady named Helena Nuitzina
Carter.
Nuitzina. She was in Rwanda when the UN peacekeeping soldiers were there. And here is a quote from her that really indicates what one of the bigger issues was with the UN response. We could not believe that the United Nations was just going to let us die. We were always hearing on the radio how they were there to help us. But when the killers were looking us in the eye and saying we were going to die, what did the UN do? It saved white people.
Ooh.
That's really the issue.
Oh, man.
That's really more the issue of the response that they had. There was not enough resources. There wasn't enough troops to, or even the motivation necessarily to resolve the issue. They bungled it. If you go back and listen to interviews with Romeo Dallaire, the guy who was the head of the troops there, it's some of the most heartbreaking stuff to hear him talk about what he wanted to do and what he wasn't able to do. That sort of stuff is terrifying to hear. And if Alex wants to make the argument metaphorically that the UN had a part in killing of, I think it was 800,000 people, not a million, but if he wants to make that argument, yes, it is true in the sense that they didn't do what they could have done.
Yeah.
But it's not true in the sense that they were barbecuing children.
Right.
Now,
can Alex get me in touch with that viral scientist? Question number 1.
I don't know. He said
Question number 2.
He said,
is there a way to devise a virus that only kills white people? Question number 3. All of them?
He did say that he gave the other guys Rob Dew's email address, but probably not the authoritarian, I would imagine.
See, now I feel like they should.
So Alex Jones is stupid. And in this next clip, he goes on to teach you how to not be a patsy.
Don't take part in drills where you play the part of a radical Islamic terrorist or a radical right-wing terrorist, because one day you're going to drive a real truck of explosives onto a military base. Or if they pick a federal building that's got a daycare, there's not many of them. There's a good chance you better check in the back of that truck. That's going to be real explosive. And you're going to go down in history as the right-winger who secretly worked for al-Qaeda. And again, new listeners are going, well, that makes no sense. I mean, if they told people to throw their kids off cliffs to prove they didn't like al-Qaeda, right-wingers would do it. I mean, it's a total phobia. They love hating Muslims. It's a religion. That's why it's so funny.
Fake laugh.
It's so sick.
Fake laugh.
I think that might be a real laugh. And he also admitted that right-wingers hate Muslims.
Yeah, they hate Al-Qaeda.
No, he said Muslims.
Well, yeah, they hate Muslims too, but that's because all Muslims are in Al-Qaeda. I remember this time period.
According to right-wingers.
Yeah.
So this is also a part of a bigger thing that he's talking about, that he's like, it's so silly. They're going to try and say that right-wingers are working with Al-Qaeda, which is ironic because now his entire argument is that the left is working with Al-Qaeda.
Right, well, we were and are.
Right.
What fantasy camp are you going to where you're like, oh, okay, well, what we're going to do is we're going to get into drills and pretend to be terrorists?
Well, that's what he thinks happened on like with Oklahoma City. He thinks that
that was a drill that
Timothy McVeigh thought it was a fake thing. He was sheep dipped, as Alex likes to say. He was just a good guy. He was a good guy, just a normal good guy who they had go be a part of white supremacist, violent anti-tax organizations to sheep dip him and make him look bad. So when they ran the drill that he didn't know was real, he thought it was a drill.
But why would he do the drill?
Alex doesn't explain that.
Who's putting together this drill? What purpose could this drill serve?
I think the purpose of the drill would be, in theory, to catch other people who want to bomb something. I think that's what he thinks. He never really spells it out. Alex doesn't really get that part of the narrative
This
down.
is a bad drill.
It's bad. It's dumb. But it's the only way that Alex Jones can wiggle his way out of white crime and white terrorism. And so that's what he does. He makes it that far. He's like, no. Timothy McVeigh was set up. It was a setup. And he wasn't even a white supremacist, man. I know he was at those weird militia meetings and stuff. I know that, people have testified that they saw him there, but that's just because he was getting sheep dipped. Because the military had to make him look like the bad guy.
Right.
It's
but
so
then
stupid.
in the next sentence, he talks about how right-wingers will do anything.
They'll throw their baby off a roof.
They'll throw the baby off a roof to prove that they hate Al-Qaeda.
Right. It doesn't make sense.
So, yeah, I mean, then in that case, you wouldn't even need to sell him on the drill. You could have just been like, hey.
Yeah.
Al-Qaeda lives in there. Go.
Yeah.
Get in there.
So, in this next clip, Alex tells us what dangers await us in the future. Spoiler alert, they're very dumb.
We must be totally divided into racial and religious and ethnic sub districts to then be ruled right out of Hunger Games by floating fortresses.
Susan is getting a lot of work.
Everyone is now ready for that because it's what they've been taught. And the way they're going to kill us is with blimps at 120,000 feet with microwaves on them. And they just fly over your city and microwave your city by grids. Everybody wonders why they die a year later of cancer. And that's all official. Alexander Haig wrote about it 20 years ago. I saw him bragging about it I saw him 20 years ago. He wrote about it 25 years ago.
So Alexander Haig is the former Secretary of State during Nixon.
And inventor of the blimp.
He didn't. Well, he didn't invent a blimp, but it is actually, if you look into what the truth is here, it's actually super interesting. Mm-hmm. So after Alexander Haig was involved in government, got into private life, he decided to get a bunch of people together and start a business called Sky Station, right? And so what they were doing is that they were creating these giant balloons for telecommunications that would have advantages over giant satellites out in space. They would fly lower. And they would provide internet coverage for entire cities.
That's a great idea.
And they would provide...
Probably unworkable, though.
And they would provide like a relay point for phones and stuff like that would be much more effective.
Right.
And so him and some scientists got together and they tried to get this done, and it didn't work
And very
out.
quickly they were like, ooh.
Yeah, it didn't work out.
Not a good idea.
Mm-hmm. So there's...
What, would you tether it? You would have to tether it, but then it's going to move.
No, because they're giant.
I mean...
I don't know. Look, the reason that it hasn't been done...
No, I want to verify this blimp story.
No, the blimp story, part of it is real in the sense that, like, we're trying to make a fucking huge blimp.
Right.
But it was for internet stuff. It was way ahead of its time. And so,
I prefer this Alex, the Alex who's afraid of blimps.
Yeah.
Those were the good old days. This was back when it was golden, man.
So here's from a 2014 article in Newsweek. The system they developed had promise. One blimp at 65,000 feet above a city could have served all of the 1990s level internet traffic from the citizens below. A blimp could stay up for 5 years. But as with other schemes, time killed Sky Station. Quote, "We ended up licensing the technology to someone else and walked away," Alex Haig says. That's his son.
Yeah.
Nothing's come of it.
Oh.
So they aren't trying to
Let's
microwave.
revive the blimp idea.
They weren't trying to microwave fry people. They were trying to find ways to service populations with.
All right, new investment opportunity. Knowledge Fight blimp internet service.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think we're going to run into the same problem Sky Station did.
No, this podcast, not the way to make money. Blimp startup. Mm-mm. That's what we got to do.
No.
We'll brand it with Knowledge Fight.
All right.
It'll be gold.
All right. Let's not talk any more of it, or lest someone steal our ideas, our brilliant ideas,
our blimpiant ideas.
Speaking of brilliant ideas,
yes.
This next clip, Alex gets a call from a guy.
Okay.
And they talk about how the water's being poisoned.
Mm-hmm.
But then this caller has a really interesting idea for a new segment on Alex's show.
Blimp Talk.
Well, that's a mental illness, according to and they're the authorities. Hey, look, they've put hormones in the water to feminize men.
Of course.
And so if you gave those hormones to bulls, they would act docile. We're under chemical warfare. I mean, the White House science czar admits they put stuff in the water.
Nope.
Eco-science, he's written a couple other books. This is all a fact.
Nope.
And even now as it comes out, they drug the water. They go, yeah, we're going to drug it more now. We're going to put lithium in to make you behave. I mean, these people are flaming authoritarian monsters. And that's where the men went, brother.
I agree with you, but I do think there are still a lot of men in the country, and I know they're out there listening right now, and I want to speak to them for just a moment. And my idea for the show is for these people to call in, just a short segment of your show when you do have callers, to call in, and we want to hear from the men in this country, because I know they're out there. I'm calling right now, man. I'm one of them. I'm making videos on YouTube. I'm speaking to people.
Keep going.
Telling you, like, I'm fighting hard, man. I'm fighting up here. I'm fighting with you guys, and you guys down there need to know you got brothers in the trench up here in Canada, big time. We're together, and I'm here to fight with you, man.
He wants to have.
Is there going to be an armed resurrection or revolution in insurrection?
Possibly of the men. I love that. The idea that he'd have a segment on his show. All right, we're taking calls only from real men. This segment, only real men call in. So ridiculous.
I think emotional vulnerability is one of the things that makes it
you're out.
I think the strength to open up and ask for help. I think maybe the biggest test of manhood is the ability to accept.
Click. It's push-ups. Speaking of real men, though, in his next clip, Alex Jones talks about a couple of...
Tim Allen.
In this clip, Alex talks about a couple of real men, right? Real men.
But, I mean, you read the whole life of Andrew Jackson and then Davy Crockett. Davy Crockett was trying to basically imitate Andrew Jackson. He was the big icon of all the battles and wars and stabbings and shootings and, shot 3 times, stabbed, bleeding for a week straight, refusing to die.
Could you stop jerking off?
Just tough as nails. Andrew Jackson.
So I know you hate Andrew Jackson.
I hate Andrew Jackson.
And you'll be thrilled to learn that so did Davy Crockett.
Of course you did.
Davy Crockett, he's known as the man of the wild frontier and all that. Right. He's known for all that shit. But in addition to that, he served in the House. He was a politician for a bit.
Right.
And in this time there, he fucking hated Andrew Jackson.
Well, yeah, because he modeled his life after.
Absolutely not. Because in particular, he was so mad at Andrew Jackson for his treatment of Native Americans.
Yeah.
Because Davy Crockett he loved the Native Americans.
He spoke multiple languages and traded with them all the time. That was kind of one of the big things that he did.
Absolutely.
Is there anything more Andrew Jacksonian than hating Andrew Jackson?
You might have a decent point there.
There we go.
But he was super passionately against the Indian Removal Act of 1830 that Andrew Jackson was trying to pass, and that led them to be pretty serious enemies. And beyond that, he had a lot of ideas about how Andrew Jackson was dealing with finances and the banks.
Do you mean
and stuff like that?
Poorly?
Yeah, and so he butted heads with him about that. He is a politician who very seriously got into rows with Andrew Jackson. So the idea that he was emulating him and trying to be him. Also, they're only 8 years apart or something like that. They're they were born pretty close to each other, and the only time that they really come together is in the Tennessee militia in 1802. The two of them served there together. But then Alex is just jacking off more because he loves Andrew Jackson for whatever reason.
He loves graphic descriptions of violence.
And Davy Crockett apparently also died at the Alamo, like our friend Colonel Travis.
Yeah.
And so, he just becomes a default hero for Alex.
Right.
When, if you look into the reality...
He's a wonderful name to throw into whatever argument that he wants to have. Davy Crockett, he loved Trump. Sure, fine, whatever. You're making this shit up. Who cares?
You're playing an imaginary game.
Yeah.
So, at this point in the show, on April 2nd, Alex Jones starts talking about people lugging guns across mountains.
Right.
He's talking about how men used to be men.
Like Hannibal and Carthage?
Nah, more recently, American dudes.
Oh, okay.
Lugging cannons at I don't know, I can't remember any of the names of the battles,
sure.
But he's saying that stuff, and then he gets to this.
That compared to fat little blobs, and I mean spiritually fat, but they were fat, pointing, and they would walk up and go, ah, 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 and do a fake laugh like, oh, whoa, like the collectivist that came up to me when I was at a resort for Easter at a family reunion this weekend. And I was in the hot tub, and I'm talking about, the tyranny and their listeners, will they take our bank accounts here? And, oh, my God, how bad will it get? And the Republican leadership's control. And there's a guy sitting there for 20 minutes. He gets up and goes, you're all going to fail. We're taking over. Nothing can stop us. He heard us talking about authoritarianism and how dangerous it was, and he wanted to get up and celebrate and point his finger and go, you're right, we're taking over. And I go, who are you? I'm a government professor scientist in viruses. And he smiled, and I went, oh, my God, you're a population reductionist eugenicist. And I said, what you got taken down in the basement of the facility when you were, getting good grades in college and brought into it. And he was like,
getting good grades.
No. Don't interrupt this at all.
Okay.
You must hear this nonsense.
When you were, getting good grades in college and brought into it. And he was like, who, what, where did you? That got thrown out, though, by the time I got older. I hit him one time. He was like, oh, wait, you know about the club I'm in? I'm like, of course I know who you are. Folks, they're going to kill hundreds of millions of us. They got re-education camps, official FEMA documents.
Nope.
This is real history happening. Of course I know the enemy. I make it my business to know the enemy.
You make it your business to lie about people who, at least in this case, probably don't exist.
By the way, the moment that he said, stood up pointing, I started pointing myself.
Mm-hmm.
It is really hard to hold it for this long.
20 minutes.
20 minutes is a long time.
It's a ridiculous amount of time.
That's a good workout.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like doing a plank.
Yeah, I'm starting to go numb.
So the story has changed now. Alex tells him...
You know about what club I'm in?
Yeah.
I play bridge on Fridays.
You know why he throws that in, though? It's to combine it with his narratives about his dad. How, the globalists tried to recruit his dad when he was younger.
Right.
And now he can weave that into this narrative and be like, I confirmed it by confronting this authoritarian virus scientist.
I hit him with one thing, and he was like, oh, no. Oh, no. They got us. They're on to us. I shouldn't have stood up, pointed, and revealed who I am.
Right. I don't think that there's, first of all, I mean, none of this is real, but there's no way that if that happened, Alex wouldn't. He told the story 3 fucking times in the first day. Why isn't this piece in it? Why isn't that?
Well,
it's because you give it another day and you tell it a little bit different.
He starts adding little embellishments.
Yeah.
I like it.
What a load of
shit. He's fleshing it out, like Susan Collins in the Hunger Games.
Right. It took her a long time to rip off that book.
Yeah.
So we got one more clip, Jordan, here in April 2nd. Little tight episode here. Little hour longer for the people. But in this next clip, Alex Jones wants you to know. He's basically sort of doing his own version of that song, That Don't Impress Me Much. That Shania Twain song.
Yes.
So you got a hot car. That don't impress me much. That's kind of how he starts.
I like your lead into the chorus there. Hey, you got a good car. That don't impress me much.
That's kind of how the song goes.
You gave a little stank to that don't impress me much.
Look, Shania Twain's great.
Yeah.
Also, I didn't pull the clip of it because I was running out of time, but at one point in this episode, Alex does recite the lyrics to Hurt.
The whole
thing? Just maybe a verse.
Oh, okay.
But
is this after? Oh, never mind.
I don't know the time frame.
Yeah.
Anyway, Alex Jones is not impressed by worldly things.
I mean, you know what I want? I mean, I see somebody with a giant diamond ring, doesn't excite me. I see somebody with a big mansion, doesn't excite me. I see somebody defeating tyrants. I get butterflies. I get tears in my eyes, and I want to meet them.
He's faking crying at this point, too.
Yeah.
I really do. Because I take all this personal, ladies and gentlemen, and you should too. My freedom is personal. My children's future, such darling little good people, is up to me. It's up to you. It's up to us together, and I take it real personal. So take it personal with me. Get a PrisonPlanet.tv membership. Be part of Operation.
God damn it! How can you do that?
That's amazing.
For fuck's sakes! God, what the fuck? That one hurt. That one literally hurt me. I am physically pained.
That one's next level because it involves fake crying.
The future of my children won't be secure unless you buy Prison Planet t-shirts.
Well, it's even worse than that because he's like, I take it real personally because I have my children, sweet, sweet darlings, so take it personally with me.
and buy a T-shirt.
On the level,
I'm sick of taking it personally. Now I would like to take it professionally, please.
On the level of, like, you know how I find words to be like, speaking of blank, you know, like that style of transitioning.
Yeah.
He did do that, and I appreciate it on that level.
Technically, yes.
The fact that he's playing my game, I love it. That's fine. You know,
right.
Speaking of taking things personally. Holy shit, that's disgraceful.
Wow.
That's next level stuff.
That one was good.
Damn.
That one made me feel all good. Yeah.
So that brings us
it.
to the end of April 1st and 2nd. Alex Jones has met an authoritarian in a hot tub.
Right.
Lied about it a bunch.
Multiple times.
We found out that Steve Pachenik, one of the big pieces of his Sandy Hook narrative, is the Hunger Games.
Yep.
We've learned that Alex Jones lies a lot about the UN in very specific ways.
Don't participate in any right-wing terrorism drills.
I don't think our audience needed to know that.
If anybody offers you, like, hey, you want to be a right-wing terrorist for a day? Do not say yes.
You want a fake bomb?
Don't say yes. No.
Also, I guess we learned that we're all going to die because of blimps.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but we all knew that.
And Alex,
if anybody's ever watched a steampunk anime, they knew we were all going to die from blimps.
And Alex Jones knows nothing about Davy Crockett.
Yeah.
So that brings us to the end of the show. This has been fun. So what's going to happen is tomorrow, as this comes out, this will come out on Tuesday, and then on Wednesday we will put out the live episode. And get this, there's more to the story of the live episode than just what we covered on the live episode.
We could only go over by a half hour of our
or
already.
So, yeah. The narrative goes on. There's a fuller picture that we'll explore on Thursday night. We'll do it live, and it'll come out on Friday.
Okay.
So there will be part 2 of whatever it is we covered at the live show.
Nice tease.
Thanks. So that's the schedule for the week. Really appreciate everybody listening. If you want to check us out, you can go to our website, knowledgefight.com.
You can follow us on Twitter. It's at @knowledge_fight.
Correct. We're on Facebook.
We are on Facebook. You could go to iTunes. Mm-hmm. You could say nice things. Mm-hmm. Leave a review.
Yeah.
Do the thing.
Yeah. You can do all those things.
Yeah, you can do all those things.
If you'd like to support the show, you can click on knowledgefight.com.
Oh, yeah. Do we have an update on...
We're still hovering around 70% of the way to our monthly goal, which, I mean, we got another 8 days?
Yeah.
8 days or so. So if you want to donate and make us cover Endgame, we will do that if we get there.
We would have thrown the take in from what we made at the playground,
but we got nothing.
But we did not get paid.
Which is only fair, quite frankly. I'm not mad at them.
At the same time, that might be their financing strategy is just. Nobody's here to pay you.
Right.
It's just an empty building.
Yeah, yeah. Also, no one's there at the box office.
Yeah,
so that
that's true. Nobody was there.
Too. But anyway, so that's where we're at. If you want to support, you can go to knowledgefight.com, click support the show, become a policy wonk.
For sure.
We would appreciate it. But, Jordan.
I will tell you.
Yeah?
I will tell you today, you inspired me.
Okay.
Because Andrew Jackson can go fuck himself.
I agree.
Andy in Kansas, you're on the air. Thanks for holding.
Hello, Alex.
Okay, that's globalists in hot tubs. Could be a potential funny one, seeing how his story evolves, how he completely embellishes it in the second day. This is in a 652, just for the sake of picking something.
Knowledge fight. Dan and Jordan, I am sweating. KnowledgeFight.com. It's time to pray.
I have great respect for Knowledge Fight.
Knowledge Fight. I'm sick of them posing as if they're the good guys, saying we are the bad guys. Knowledge Fight.
Dan and Jordan. Knowledge Fight.
need money. Andy in Kansas. Andy. Stop it. Andy in Kansas. Andy. It's time to pray. Andy in Kansas, you're on the air. Thanks for holding.
Hello, Alex. I'm a first-time caller. I'm a huge fan. I love your work.
Knowledge fight.
KnowledgeFight.com. I love you.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to Knowledge Fight. I'm Dan.
I'm Jordan.
We're a couple dudes like to sit around, worship at the altar of Celine, and talk a little bit about Alex Jones.
Oh, indeed we are, Dan.
Jordan.
Jordan. Quick question.
Sure.
What's your bright spot today?
My bright spot today, far and away, without a doubt, is a little package that we got from, I don't know, she's going to have to come up with her own title, Policy Wonk, whatever.
Yeah.
Katie sent a handmade board game.
Incredible.
Full of inside jokes.
Absolutely incredible.
Sort of a take on Monopoly.
Yeah.
More or less, but with its own rules. We haven't had a chance to play it yet.
Yeah, but I'm excited beyond all reason to play it.
But there's just instead of the properties, there are people.
Yeah.
So you have like Leo Zagami. You have multiple versions of Alex. You have a drunk Alex.
Yep.
Cannibal Alex.
Yep.
There's an incorporation of Project Camelot stuff into it.
So good.
I don't think I'm doing a good job of describing it because I'm just super excited. It's
very funny. It is a well-done system of jokes.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of incredible, and people...
Boy, can we.
It's not hard.
No.
That is very funny. Legitimately good.
I have not, obviously I haven't had a chance to, or why would I just sit and read
Just
over
read
all of the
those cards? Yeah.
I would like to be surprised if we
right, when we play it.
But the ones that I did read over, they do have a great sense of humor, just clever and witty. And just, thank you so much, Katie. It was...
incredible.
Just a real bright spot in and hey, spoiler alert, the rest of this episode ain't going to be bright. So,
it's not that kind of day.
No, so thank you for bringing that into our lives.
Thank you so much.
How about you?
My bright spot is my partner, teacher. She's making these shirts. She's an art teacher. She's good at making shirts, printmaker. And she's making these T-shirts for other teachers in the school because, I don't know if you know this, teachers aren't treated well.
Sure.
So there's a quote from this one person. They were all getting together, all the teachers, talking about how terrible things are. And this one teacher was like, man, this thing came into my room. It was not a mouse. It was a whole rat, right? And so she made a T-shirt out of that. She made a big, nice drawing. It's classroom. It's a whole rat. People have started getting them, and she made one for me, and it's very, very good.
Oh, that's
it's
nice.
Great.
This is gonna be the next piece of memeware.
I hope so.
They say.
If you're a CPS teacher, look around for "It's a Whole Rat." You'll find it.
It's a Whole Rat is going to go up there with Alex's new shirt with the presidents on it.
Right. There's that one, and then there's "Where's the Beef."
We don't have time to get into this, but I encourage anyone. We'll tweet a picture of it.
Yes.
Alex has a new shirt that he's selling. It has faces of presidents, and I've been obsessed with it for the better part of the week. I'm so confused by it.
You could dig in there for a while.
Oh, we could.
You showed me like 6 problems within 2 seconds, and I'm still digging in my head.
It's very confusing. We don't have time to get into it, but it'll be on our Twitter.
It will.
So, Jordan, the reason we don't have time to get into it today is that there's major world events afoot, and well, quite frankly, I had planned to do an episode at the end of this week of tracking Alex's behavior over the course of the week.
Right.
And then we're recording this on Thursday, and last night Russia and Putin invaded Ukraine.
Yeah.
And I kind of had to redo everything.
Yeah, that'll change things.
And so what we're going to be doing is we're going to have a focus on today's episode, the 24th of February 2022. And then we're also going to have a little bit of a prelude, a little bit of a, what would it be?
Preview?
Prologue.
There
we
go.
And so we'll get down to business on this, looking at February 21st on to February 24th. But before we do that, let's take a little moment, Jordan, to say hello to some new wonks.
Oh, that's a great idea.
So first, Brett Stevens, biggest fan. Thank you so much. You're now a policy wonk.
I'm a policy wonk.
Thank you very much.
Next, today we're going over the episode from February 21st to 24th, 2022. I'm Dan. This is 2022. Thank you so much. You are now a policy wonk.
I'm a policy wonk.
All right.
It's 2022 also.
Yes, with a comma, T-O-O.
Yep.
Yes, yep.
Next, gay frog enthusiast Philip Ham. Thank you so much. You are now a policy wonk.
I'm a policy wonk.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Jordan, the heretic of Dune called Shahai Halud Shaitan. Thank you so much. You are now a policy wonk.
I'm a policy wonk.
Thank you very much for calling me the devil.
That person assured me that you would get it.
Oh, I do. Indeed I do.
And we got a policy wonk up in the mix, so thank you so much. The, all caps.
Indeed.
The globalist titty baby. Thank you so much. You are now a technocrat.
I'm a policy wonk. I have risen above my enemies. I might quit tomorrow, actually. I'm just going to take a little breaky now. A little breaky for me. And then we're going to come back, and I'm going to start the show over. But I'm the devil. I got to be taken off here. I'm doing all this. Blah, 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 blah. Fuck you. Fuck you. I got plenty of words for you, but at the end of the day, fuck you and your New World Order, and fuck the horse you rode in on, and all your shit. Maybe today should be my last broadcast. I mean, maybe I'll just be gone a month, maybe 5 years. Maybe I'll walk out of here tomorrow, and you never see me again. That's really what I want to do. I never want to come back here again. I apologize to the crew and the listeners yesterday that I was legitimately having breakdowns on air. I'll be better tomorrow.
He has not been better this week.
Not this week?
No.
Oh, that's not a surprise.
It's not a good week.
It's a bad week for everybody.
It's a bad week for the world.
Yeah.
It's a bad week particularly for the people in Ukraine.
Yeah.
And our thoughts are with them, of course.
Absolutely.
And I am very confused by Alex's behavior and his narratives over the course of this week. It does not make sense. I told you this before we started recording. I don't know exactly what his point is about almost anything.
Yeah.
But I do know little pieces of it as we go along, and we can track it and hopefully make sense of it.
Sounds good.
By the time we finish up.
All right.
So here is the first clip. We're going to start on the 21st. So this is Monday's show.
Mm-hmm.
The standoff is going. This is the day that eventually Putin will give his speech, where he decides to recognize the breakaway states of Donetsk and Luhansk.
Right.
And so that has not happened yet. This is just the beginning of the show. Here's where Alex is at.
Russia has already been in an 8-year proxy war with the globalists, and the West began to move heavy weapons in the last few years. It accelerated under Biden. And so Putin has put a bunch of troops on the border saying you need to not have them enter NATO. You need to stop heavy weapons shipments. And we need to have a major armistice, demilitarization, ceasefire meeting under their Donetsk, if I pronounced that right, compact of several years ago.
So we can just go ahead and say right off the bat that at this point, Alex is taking literally everything Putin says as gospel, and he's backing Russia 100%.
Yeah.
It's good to get that out of the way so we don't have to keep coming back to it as we go through. He's a Putin stan.
Loves it.
On Monday,
Loves
for
it.
sure.
Yeah.
One of the things I found most interesting about that clip, though, is the idea that a country could be in a proxy war against the globalists. That seems like an absurd concept, but it's something that Alex just casually tosses around like it's a perfectly normal idea and that it's stupid to think anything else could possibly be going on. Alex doesn't even have a solid, consistent group of people who actually make up the globalists, so I have no faith that he could explain this proxy war if he were forced to, like if I had a follow-up question for him. I don't think it would make sense.
I mean, the globalists have been using other people who are also globalists to fight against Russia.
Well, that's direct then, isn't it?
So Russia, though, has been using Russian. Oh no! Yeah, it does seem like proxy doesn't make sense there.
It's a strange idea. So something that was really funny in that clip, though, is the part where Alex says that the West has been aggressing on Russia for a few years now, then realizes that would mean that it started under Trump. So he has to immediately qualify that it ramped up under Biden.
Yeah, it was the most under Biden, though.
His instincts to cover his ass when it comes to Trump stuff are really strong, especially considering, like, he's already said, like, that guy loves vaccines.
I mean,
Fuck that guy.
Insane. Just insane.
Back and forth on him.
Just a knee jerk, like, ooh, I don't know if people are going to get mad at me for criticizing him about this.
Yeah. So also, there's no such thing as the Donetsk Compact. That's an agreement that Alex is just making up. I think that he's trying to remember the name of the Minsk Agreement, but he came up with the wrong mental file.
Right.
The Minsk Agreements are two formal attempts to stop the fighting that's gone on in the Donbass region, which have both been unsuccessful. The first was the Minsk Protocol in 2014, followed by Minsk II in 2015. The goal of these agreements was to put in place a ceasefire between the Ukrainian military and the Russian-backed separatist groups in Donetsk and Luhansk, who have been they've decided that they're their own breakaway states and not a part of Ukraine.
Right.
The dynamics of this agreement are super complicated because you have to look at it from, you just have to look at the status of the parties from each other's viewpoints, and when you do, you kind of get a sense of how this was probably doomed to failure.
Yeah.
According to most of the world, this was essentially an agreement between Ukraine and Russia, since the separatist groups in Donbass wouldn't be able to continue any of their actions without Russian backing. It's not really necessary to say that separatists in Donetsk need to withdraw heavy weapons, since without Russia they wouldn't have heavy weapons.
Right.
But from Russia's standpoint, this is a negotiation between Ukraine and the separatists in Donetsk and Luhansk. They routinely take the agreement. Putin sees himself as unbound from the agreement itself, going to be on Team Putin, and he'll use whatever flimsy grasp he has on history or past agreements to convince his audience that they should be too.
Right.
And that's kind of fucked up.
Right. He's pushing the come on, you gotta, it's go for Iraq, just take it. You know, it's yours.
So talk to me about what you think the globalist hierarchy is right now. We know the devil's up top.
Right, the devil is definitely up top.
Yep.
Who's his second in command? Second in command has got to be Klaus Schwab at this point.
You would think that.
Yeah, and then since we're dealing with Putin, I'm going to go with Soros is up there. He's got to be way up there.
You would think that too.
And then, I mean, naturally, the trilateral other power is Brian Stelter. So I think it's those three.
Okay. There's a new flow chart in town.
Okay.
Here's the headline. The world is now in World War IV, and it's a global corporate war against humanity designed to have a controlled implosion of society to then carry out their end game or their destination, their goal, 80 to 90% depopulation of the earth. Their official documents say 80 to 90% going back to the 60s. And these are the groups that created the Bilderberg Group, the CFR, the Trilateral.
What was the population in the 60s, Alex? What's the population today? What's the... This started... How fucking dumb. They've been planning to depopulate the earth back in the 60s when the population was less than half of what it is today. They're right on schedule.
Federal Commission, it's all the same group. They're the elite capture groups, the corporate capture groups that you know of as the Davos Group. The Davos Group is the main PR mouth of this. To use a Lord of the Rings analogy.
Don't.
They're about to have the big battle there on the edge of Mordor. And the forces, the good guys are there, and the big black gate opens, and out marches a undead general. And they say, "Are you Sauron?" And he says, "No, I am the mouth of Sauron." And that's what Klaus Schwab is the mouth of Sauron.
All right, okay. I got
and
one.
Above him is one of the top ring wraiths, Larry Fink.
What?
And then above that, of course, is the devil.
Okay.
Who's Larry Fink?
Larry Fink is the head of BlackRock.
Oh.
He's also on the board of the World Economic Forum.
The investment group,
Yeah.
BlackRock, the one that owns just like a bunch of shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yep.
All right.
I don't know when he got inserted this high.
This was fast.
Yeah.
He went from not on my radar to second in command real quick. Yeah. That's a bummer.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's wild. I didn't.
How did he get away with it for so long?
I don't. There was that. There's that wrestling storyline where Vince McMahon was the higher power that was running Undertaker,
right,
and the ministry and all of this, and then there's that big moment of "It was me, Austin, all along. It was me."
What?
Yeah,
no!
He pulled up his hood. That's how I imagine Larry Fink revealed himself to Alex.
All right,
it's me. I was above Klaus Schwab.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay.
I'm not going to say that Alex has never mentioned Larry Fink because I haven't listened to literally every episode of this.
Sure.
But as someone who takes in a lot of Alex's content, this is not one of the villains that I...
For him to be second in command seems really important.
Yeah. He might have gotten bumped up from the middle management or Council of 12.
Sure. No, I'm sure he's a billionaire and evil and
he's
shit.
right under the devil.
Wow.
Yeah.
Man.
Impressive.
Yeah, good for him.
Yeah. So Alex does some stupid killing of time here, and this is something that I always find very interesting, and I don't think I'll ever ignore when it comes up.
Okay.
But now we're going into World War IV. That is economic, that is psychological, that is cyber, that is radiological, that is electromagnetic, that is chemical, that is covert. Silent weapons for quiet wars. Silent weapons for quiet wars. Just look these terms up. And it's what the globalists are obsessed with, and they brag how you're dumb animals, and they brag how they're going to annihilate you and how they're going to slowly take all your resources, but make you love it while they brainwash you using Pavlovian behavioral psychology. These are the worst villains the earth has ever seen.
Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars, as we've mentioned before, is a fake document. It was a hoax document that got published in Behold a Pale Horse.
Yep.
Bill Cooper wrote. We went over this in great detail on episode 381 of the podcast. So if anyone wants to know why it's really pathetic that Alex is referencing this as a real thing, check that episode out.
Go on back, true believers.
It's fun to say, though.
It is.
Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars is a great name.
It's a great name.
Yeah.
It really is a great title.
That's one of the problems. These hoax documents have great names.
Of course.
And then these UN things like Agenda 21
and so evil as evil. What are you guys fucking doing?
Yeah.
They have no sense of creativity.
Then again, Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars, if it was actually something the government had produced.
The most terrifying document that, you should never name. You don't actually name it like that. But, you know.
Yeah. I guess the fact that you know it's bullshit kind of makes you able to take it into like the realm of fiction.
Yeah,
that makes the name a little better.
It does get into like, you know, you like the judge in the Blood Meridian, but if the judge were actually alive, you'd be like, I got to get away from the devil. He's the devil.
Yeah. You may be right.
Yeah.
So Alex has seen a meme, and I come to realize, I know I've probably brought this up before, a lot of Alex's reporting is just based on memes he's seen.
Yeah, 100%.
It's really shocking. And particularly when we're sitting here talking about, you know, the period where tensions are really high, discussion of a potential invasion are going on, when you're reporting stuff that has to do with Ukraine based on a meme,
that's not good.
It's not great.
It's not good.
You should do better.
You should do a lot better.
I saw footage out of Ukraine from where they were ordering people not to be allowed to protest or be in the streets for COVID. And the police there just dropped their shields and walked off. And that's really the answer. That's why the globalists want robots in control and technocracy in control, because then humans can be cut out of the loop and there's not that human free will of where the police are told, attack folks that are out here peacefully demonstrating. No, we'll just drop our shields and leave. That's the real courage. You know, they'd all been talking about it before they did it. And then the one guy decides to do it. And they orderly just go drop their shields in a pile for the city to come pick up. They say, you know what? No, we're not going to beat people over the head for being out here peacefully. We're not going to destroy our own futures. We're not idiots. And that's what we should see.
So this is a great example of the information that Alex disseminates and why it can't be trusted, even when he shows a video, because he does. He shows the video of this. He's playing this video, and it's of police dropping their shields into a pile, just as he's describing, but the context of the situation is completely different than what he's saying. He either saw this posted as a meme somewhere with a false story attached to it, or he saw the video and decided to make up his own plot about what he wanted to imagine this was. This was not from COVID times. It's actually a video from 2014. It was filmed in Sloviansk, a city in East Ukraine. There had been skirmishes in the city between Ukrainian government forces and the pro-Russian separatists, and at the point of the video being shot, the police had detained some of the separatists. The video depicts a crowd of people threatening the police realizing they're outnumbered, and them dropping their shields and leaving.
Right.
That's the situation that's going on.
Right. Not so much, we're going to join the freedom fighters.
It's much like the tow truck drivers deciding
like,
that they're...
fuck this. Bye.
So the thing I find really interesting is how much of the story Alex is telling has to do with his own imagination and how he's come up with detailed motives for the people in the video. He's sure that they talked about how they were going to do this in advance to make a statement about COVID measures. It's all just the product of him seeing a video and then deciding how he wants to make up a story about it to sell the audience.
Yeah.
That's his deep research, his research in his mind, imagining nonsense.
Yeah, and he's written an entire like high school basketball movie where they're all in the locker room getting together, and there's some guy giving a big speech about how
I'm going to stand
clear
up to
highs,
these bullies.
no vaccines can't lose, like that kind of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's weird. There's a real sort of urge for the dramatic.
Yeah. Yeah. Everything has to be a movie.
But at the same time, that scene is itself quite dramatic. That video is quite dramatic, just not in the way Alex wants it to be.
Yeah. Well, I mean, print the legend.
That's true. That's they say.
That is.
Or yell the legend, as Alex.
In eastern Ukraine, that he is going to take those sectors. Or perhaps it's that he's going to give them an ultimatum for NATO to say that they're not going to take Ukraine and they will stop shipping heavy weapons into their border sectors, or that he's going to invade. Clearly, this has all been done to put pressure on expansionist NATO to get them to back down and recognize Russia's legitimate security. But the globalists hate God, so they love war. They hate God, so they hate families. And they hate Russia because Russia is now having a multi-child policy, just like China.
So you can kind of get the sense that we're heading into this Putin speech with Alex being like, this is all going to be great.
The West is the aggressors for sure.
And he's giving the prediction right out of the gate that he's going to say that in the East Ukraine he's going to either annex these places or make an ultimatum to like accept that as like this is exactly what should happen. I mean, it would be if it wasn't him.
It would be strange. I mean, it is strange in the context of how the world should work or is supposed to in any sense. But, man, it's just, why is everybody doing this? Far right. On the far right. I just don't know. What are you guys thinking?
Yeah, I don't know. I
really don't know.
I think, obviously one piece of it is probably just an obsession of a strongman leader. I think that's a big part of it.
True.
And being able to, let's say, culture war obsessions onto Putin.
Yeah.
The way that, so much of the right wing and like Tucker and Alex is so defined by opposition that is meaningless.
Yeah.
Opposition to SJWs or like trying to own the libs and what have you. And I think that they project a bit of that onto Putin. And so, in the same way that Alex views him as an ally against his imaginary enemy, a lot of people on the right do. And I think that is a piece of it. There's got to be more somewhere, but I don't know what it is exactly.
I mean, ultimately, the only thing that I can really put my head around is just these are people with nonstop violent fantasies.
I think that's probably a piece of it too.
And like if they
unexamined violent fantasies.
And every part of them is like, if I was running a country, this is how it would go. Bum, bum, bum. I would just do it like
no one would fuck with me.
No one would ever say anything, and then
I'd get NATO off my borders.
Yeah, it's just their fantasies.
Yeah.
It does seem like that.
Yeah, and then so in order to lead up to this speech that Putin's giving, I noticed that Alex is doing just a lot of water carrying for the Russian government.
And you've got all of the Western unconfirmed reports that the LGBT are going to be put in camps. When it's the left building their quarantine camps around the world, when it's the left that have already put our children in their pedophile camps. No evidence of this. Absolute crap. They're not arresting homosexuals in Russia. But anytime a CIA operative gets arrested, then we hear, oh, they're gay. Again, Tim Cook can run death camps. Why? He's gay.
I thought it was because he had a pink sweater, purple sweater. Someone should tell Alex that it's illegal to be gay in Russia.
I was going to say, he does realize that you will be arrested on account of it being illegal.
Well, maybe you're not everybody's going to get arrested, but in the past years, there have been widely reported purges and arrests of people who are either gay or suspected.
Yeah.
In 2013, the government instituted a bill that they said was aimed at stopping, quote, gay propaganda, which has been used to target activists and repress voices who would speak up for the community. The first same-sex marriage recognized in Russia between two men married in Denmark was quickly unrecognized, and then the men fled the country for fear for their lives.
Yeah, they're...
Over 100 gay men were rounded up and tortured in Chechnya in 2017, which the Russian government doesn't even deem worth investigating. What Alex is saying is bullshit, and he knows it, but he also knows that he can't allow the picture he paints of Putin to be one of someone who's harshly repressing people based on sexual identity or orientation.
Right.
Thus, Alex decides to just pretend that every instance of targeting of the LGBTQ activists is secretly them detaining a CIA agent.
I mean,
it's weird.
It's just like, you know it's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
You know it's wrong.
Yeah.
You can't not know it's wrong if you're also lying about it. Because even this is like, you're already talking to the crowd. You're already tossing out white nationalist slogans. Clearly, your audience is fully on board with all your transphobia.
They would be gone by now if they weren't.
Exactly. So it's like, just say, we like Putin because he arrests and disappears LGBTQ members, and that's one reason we like him.
But I think that Alex, a grasp as he has over history, though he fancies himself a scholar,
right?
I think even he knows that that was a little bit of the early Nazi purges.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think he knows better than to celebrate the idea.
Right. And it's like, but that's what you're doing.
You're not wrong.
That's amazing.
But also probably part of the reason that Alex has to play if he was going to be honest about the gay propaganda law that Russia has passed, he would need to explain to his audience how it's okay for the state to curtail free speech to this drastic of an extent. And why there isn't a real serious problem like for a free speech warrior like himself, or why protests are consistently cracked down on in Russia. Like all the things that he thinks are essential elements of quote unquote Western culture are not carried out and respected by Putin.
Yeah,
and he can't accept that or like sell that to the audience, so you deny it.
Well, I mean, just
create a new.
You literally be one of these people and just watch Putin literally, like the moment an anti-war protester walks out onto the street in Moscow, they're fucking arrested, and think to yourself, well, if that's the type of leader that I want, because I remember when we were protesting the war in Iraq. Especially Alex, whenever he was strongly against it, I'm sure he would have been stoked to have a president fucking arrest him immediately. Well, like it's just that kind of fucked up brain space, you know?
Sure. I think that there is an ability among some people to sort of abstractly imagine themselves in various positions within society.
Sure.
I think you gain a lot of empathy for people who are living in poverty by being able to imagine yourself in poverty.
Right.
Maybe you've lived in it and experienced it, and you can call back some of those memories. I think that Alex sees himself as the person who's doing the attacking of protesters and shutting it down. He does not abstractly imagine himself as being someone who would be protesting the Russian government.
Never occurs to him.
He sees himself as somebody who's like, well, obviously these people protesting are wrong, so they should be arrested.
Right.
That's kind of how I think his brain works.
It's only free speech if you're
correct.
And he's never right.
No. So Putin starts his speech, and I noticed a very bizarre...
Well, perfect timing. As we speak, Vladimir Putin has just taken the podium, and here on the Alex Jones Show, we're going to go to this announcement by the Russian leader about the ongoing conflict in Eastern Europe in the proxy war that is Ukraine. Here it is.
Sure. Of course, my address is also aimed at our fellow citizens in Ukraine. We will have to have a substantive and detailed, serious.
It was surreal to listen to this on InfoWars because the Putin speech itself was pretty fucked up, but on a much more local level, it was insane how Alex just plays the whole thing and doesn't interrupt except for commercial breaks.
What?
His actions really indicate a very real reverence and respect that Alex feels towards Putin, and it was probably the longest I've seen him play a video without jumping in. It went on over multiple segments. Even with Trump speeches, he'd often cut in to double down or say something to do damage control, but with this, he was just airing a straight feed from Russian TV to InfoWars. And it was very strange.
Holy shit.
And it makes it difficult because now, like, it's just Putin's speech.
Yeah.
So there isn't, like, a lot to even go over. He's not really saying all that much.
No. It's just a lunatic.
Mm-hmm. So in one of the breaks, when he's, taking a break from Putin's speech, here's his take on it.
I've studied history. I've never heard a modern world leader be this honest. I mean, he's like, yeah, we came in and hurt the Ukrainians.
In a
it was
way.
ours to begin with. And Lenin gave it all away to begin with. It's always been part of us. And yeah, then we came in and did mean things to him. And yeah, I mean, what do you want it to do? And he's going to probably go on and say, you want to be part of Europe? You want to be part of the New World Order? You want your sons taught to have their balls cut off? Because that's really what this comes down to. Because the West is going to put your kids with adults and pedophiles. I mean, the West are pedophiles now. And I guarantee he'll probably bring up something like that. Because he wants to go back to Russia being Russia and things that were part of Russia be part of Russia. He doesn't want the other parts that weren't part of Russia. And my issue is render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's.
What?
We are not over there in Russia. They are not attacking us.
Wow. So that's an interesting take.
I mean, I didn't know Alex was hero worshipping Neville Chamberlain these days.
So Alex believes, incorrectly, even if you just were to watch that speech or read the transcript of it, he believes that what Putin is saying is, hey, Ukraine, live and let live.
Yeah.
If you want to go with the West, go with the West. Like he's like a magnanimous boyfriend getting broken up with.
I mean,
it's very strange. The take is wrong.
Yeah. That's, I mean, you could say in a way it was a modern leader being very honest in a sense that they were revealing that they're a psychopathic supervillain ready to invade a country because they want territory.
And it was honest in as much as, especially with the gift of hindsight that we have from a few days later.
Yeah.
And I think you could hear a lot of people echoing this even on Monday, that this was an excuse. This was a listing of excuses and rationales for why he would invade.
Yeah, no, I mean, you listen to that.
That's honest in a sense.
Right. I mean, you listen. I listened to the speech and I was like, oh, he's going to invade. Like, that's the only conclusion you can draw from such a fucking crazy speech.
It feels that way. But at the same time, Alex is still saying this notion of, like, what he's going to do is probably, with the Donbass, those areas, he's going to take those because that is part of Russia.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to right the wrongs of Lenin.
Yeah, which is a great way to frame it if you're a lunatic anti-communist pretending that makes sense.
Very strange.
Yeah.
So yeah, Alex does continue that prediction that the Donetsk and Luhansk Russia's going to take them.
I don't know what Putin's going to say. I predicted before this even happened, he would say they're going to annex, eastern Ukraine fully, and then if there's any attacks on it, they'll then attack Ukraine. So this is just the beginning of a larger war, in my view. It's a serious situation, and it's the consequences of Soros and the New World Order wanting to start a war with Russia. It's very, very simple.
So yeah, it's the West's fault. Soros is instigating. He's meddling around on behalf of his boss, Klaus Schwab, who works for Larry Fink, who works for the devil.
Who works for the devil.
Right. You got to keep that org chart.
I mean, BlackRock, the devil.
Mm-hmm.
The devil would sit on a Black Rock.
The Black Rock was the name of the ship in Lost that has the dynamite in it.
I
where
did not know that.
blows himself up.
Oh,
Spoiler
shit.
alert for an episode in season 1 of Lost.
You had time. You had time to get there.
Yeah.
If you were going to see it, you had time. You had time.
Yeah. So this is where Alex is at. And we've heard him say what he says in this next clip before, but it's always funny just to remember that Alex may actually think this.
It's a shame.
Good pause. You have to back this up. Folks, I've been around 48 years, and I've been on air 28 years, and I've seen a lot of crazy stuff. And I knew that Putin started meeting with Solzhenitsyn in the last decade of his life, and I know people that reportedly know Putin and say, no, he's a anti-New World Order InfoWars listener. And I'm not naive. I don't go, oh, Putin must be great. But now you see it more and more. Vladimir Putin repudiating communism, saying it's horrible. He may even come out and say Western powers put Lenin in, because I know Putin knows that now, and that Russia has gotten free from this to a certain extent, and that we need to get free of this globalism as well, these parasites, and then we can have real peace.
Yeah, he's an InfoWars listener. Putin loves InfoWars.
Man, he's just one of those InfoWars guys.
I can't imagine, this is my job to, listen to this show.
Right.
Listening to this.
Right.
And I even can't I barely can handle listening to this shit. I can't imagine if you're the head of a country making the time to like, oh, I got to check in and see what this drunk Texan is angry about today.
Yeah, what does his day look like that he can fit in some InfoWars?
Right.
You know?
And if
like,
he's listening live, it would be like the middle of the night in Russia,
yeah,
right?
what is he? Yeah, I mean, maybe he doesn't sleep very much, but it's not like after he eats dinner at an absurdly long table with whomever, you know, he goes down and he's like, now I'm in my man cave with a nice comfy chair ready to listen to Alex fucking Jones.
Yeah. Having a listening group maybe with Lord Monkton.
Sure.
Nigel Farage.
Yeah, I got one of those, like a lost viewing party, if you will. Yeah.
Thinking of other European weirdos that might show up. So yeah, Alex is in, man. He loves this. He loves this speech. Can't get enough.
All right.
And, you know, I don't see how you see any fault in Putin, what he's saying. I mean, it's all historically true. Stalin's horrible. Lenin's horrible. We're sorry what we did to you. Blah, blah, blah. What do you want to... I mean, you know it's coming. You want to be under George Soros or you want to be your own country? We don't want you. We want to do business with you. Just please don't go to war with us. I mean... And to hear somebody actually tell the truth from that level is powerful. Because the truth is powerful. And the truth lives at InfoWars.
Hell yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
we don't want trouble. We don't want beef. We just want to do business with you.
Russia. He listened to Putin's speech.
Yeah.
That speech.
And didn't interrupt.
It was played in entirety on his show. We know he listened to it because he probably had a snack during it at least.
Yeah.
So it was probably difficult to hear for about 10 minutes because he was chumping so much.
Probably.
Yeah. Maybe
he might have had soft food.
Well, it's possible. Could have had a burrito.
Yeah. He loves chimichangas.
Loves a good chimichanga. Yeah, that's true.
I think that it was really difficult for me to listen to this because it was really jarring, the dissonance between Alex's interpretations of things and the things I was hearing.
Yeah. I mean, that fucks with my head right now. I can't imagine being alone. You know.
I think Alex might just have had his mind blown by the notion that, like, you know, Putin doesn't like communism,
I guess,
and that he has distaste for Lenin and Stalin.
Wow. For one of them who is also a complete badass, apparently
total stud, according to Alex.
I mean, I just.
Well, the thing too is if you listen to the actual speech, like, he explains really what his problem is.
Yeah.
So this clip was really where I think I figured out one of the most central problems with Alex's interpretation.
Putin is going in hard on Ukraine with the rhetoric referring to Ukraine's process of decommunization. You want to decommunize? Well, we are fine with that, but let's not stop halfway. We're ready to show you what real decommunization is like for Ukraine.
Decommunize.
And then he goes on to say, I am decommunizing Russia.
Decommunize?
But the hardline right-wingers here, so brainwashed that Russia was our enemy for their lifetimes, say, oh, it's a secret plot. They're still in bed with them. No, the Larry Finks and BlackRocks and globalist organizations hate Russia's guts because Russia is not under their control.
Larry Fink's getting a lot of play.
Man.
So here is the actual clip from the speech that Alex is talking about.
And as a result of Bolsheviks' policy, the Soviet Ukraine was created. And we have every reason to say now that it's Ukraine created by Vladimir Lenin. He's its creator and architect. And it's fully confirmed by the documents from the archives, also including the decrees, Lenin's decrees regarding Donbass that was added to Ukraine. And now grateful descendants demolishing all the statues, all the monuments to Lenin. They call it decommunization. You want decommunization? Well, we are quite happy with that. But don't stop halfway. We are ready to show you what would mean actual decommunization for Ukraine.
What Putin was saying was a threat.
Yeah.
He was not saying that he was going to get rid of communism, which is the way Alex is reporting that comment. What he was saying is that the people of Ukraine are moving past their Soviet past and smashing statues of Lenin, but Putin says if you want to do that, go all the way and revert your borders back to what they were before 1922 when Ukraine joined the Soviet Union.
Right. Right.
This is actually a very scary and brazen comment that has implications for all the former Soviet member states. There's an underlying premise here that in order to actually leave the Soviet Union, you need to go out exactly as you came in. And if your borders are different than when they were previously, he has the right to take that land because it's actually still Russia's to him.
Yep.
It should be pretty obvious why this mentality could be a problem for a whole host of states in the region, and Alex does not seem to be willing to understand what is being said here.
I mean, it's like fucking Finland's worried again. That's the level of where we're at with this. This is not like he's going to get Crimea. This is like he has stated that before he dies, he's going to try and reunify the Soviet Union. That's basically what that speech is.
There's a lot of cause for concern.
Yeah.
I'll say that.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Yeah.
So that is, I think, one of the central misunderstandings that Alex has. This idea that he's making this threat around the idea of decommunization.
Right.
That Alex is interpreting as, hooray,
they're going to be part of the free market again.
Exactly.
Yes.
Market shit.
Yeah. Not they're going to replace a democratically elected governor with yeah.
So we go to the next day. We go to Tuesday, and here's where Alex's head is at.
It was so incredible, and I'm going to do an emergency broadcast either tomorrow night or the next night where we take calls for 3 hours, and 1 hour is going to be playing his speech and analyzing it. My mouth, because we didn't have time to play the whole thing yesterday live on air, so I didn't get to see it all. I watched it last night. My mouth was hanging open. Communism's bad. Stalin was bad. Lenin was bad. You want to decommunize things? We're doing it. We're having kids. We're free market, and we're going to fight back against the globalists and the monopolies and the West corporations trying to make everybody puppets. It's so weird to tune into a world leader and just truth's coming out. It was all true. He said, I'm sorry the Russians came into Ukraine when we were born. You're more Russian than most Russians.
Really?
We're sorry that the communists killed you and abused you. We apologize. Communists are bad. And we want you to be free, and we're not going to take you over. Just your government needs to go. It was put in power by the West. You have your own government, and you need to stop attacking eastern Ukraine. That's what I would do, knowing world history, if I was the leader of Russia. I mean, it's like hard to find fault with this man.
So that's the second time he said it's hard to find fault with Putin.
Wow.
But now that it's expanded, and Alex is saying that it's great for Russia to say that word, as if that word was a prompt for him in an essay contest.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he failed.
That's totally what it is.
So, again, he's heard this decommunization. He's thinking that it means a complete rejection and abandonment of communism. That may be a part of it, but it's actually a term that refers to the states that were formerly part of the Soviet Union moving away from their time as a part of that group, oftentimes by way of purges of people who were involved in the Communist Party. The things that Alex is saying are the characterizations of what he imagines the word means, like having kids and being free market or fighting the globalists. I bring this point up for two reasons. The first is that Alex seems to be really hanging his hat on that misinterpretation, and he keeps bringing it up. The second is that it really illustrates how much of Alex's reporting and geopolitical analysis is based on him making assumptions and then writing storylines based on those assumptions. It's a really unreliable method for reporting.
Yeah.
When Putin discusses his dislike of Stalin and Lenin and the Communist Party, he isn't saying that he doesn't like them for the same reasons Alex does. If you actually listen to the whole speech, it's super clear that he doesn't like them because he blames them for breaking up the Soviet Union. Quote, "It is now that radicals and nationalists, including and primarily those in Ukraine, are taking credit for having gained independence. As we can see, this is absolutely wrong. The disintegration of our united country was brought about by the historic strategic mistakes on the part of the Bolshevik leaders and the CPSU leadership. Mistakes committed at different times in state building and in economic and ethnic policies. The collapse of the historical Russia known as the USSR is on their conscience." Also, I think it would be a real stretch to say that he was apologizing for anything, even that the predecessors did.
No.
This is the state that Alex is in during the early week. He's fully cheerleading on Putin. He's saying he's a fount of truth and that he can find no fault in him as a leader. Alex is fully aware that Putin is most likely going to, in some way or another, annex the Donbass region, and Alex is completely in support of that.
Yep.
He's bought the Kremlin line that this action would be taken to defend Russian speakers in the region, which is the consistent pretext that Putin uses to take hostile actions against his neighbors, and Alex has every reason to know that.
Yeah.
But then, on Wednesday night, the status quo changed dramatically, and Russia declared war against Ukraine. As the UN Security Council held an emergency meeting, Putin announced his intention to demilitarize and, quote, denazify Ukraine and began a campaign against the country. The assault wasn't just limited to the Donbass region, but included attacks on cities far to the west of the region. The turn of events is not unfathomable, but it's far more extreme than most people seem to have expected, and I'll admit that even though I'm no expert on the region, so don't take my word as anything meaningful, but from everything I've read and seen, I was not expecting anything on this scale.
Yeah.
It's ultimately not the most important piece in all of this, but because this is a show about Alex Jones, it should be pointed out that Alex was also entirely wrong about his assessment of the situation. He completely whiffed on his interpretation of Putin's speech on Monday and used that misrepresentation and misinterpretation to justify Putin's subsequent actions that led to the invasion of Ukraine. As is pretty much always the case, Alex is painfully wrong because he created his narratives by combining uncritical acceptance of hostile government propaganda with figments of his imagination. But that leaves us to pick up the pieces on Thursday. Now that Ukraine has been invaded and Alex's entire week's charade has collapsed around him, how is he going to proceed? And more importantly, how will he pretend that he's been right all along?
Yeah.
That's the question we ask ourselves as we enter the 24th.
Yeah, I mean, he's wrong about everything in the early week, but it does seem like he's cheering for, like, minimal loss of life at least. I mean, he's saying, fine, you can take your regions and shit, and maybe it's right, and all of that stuff is good, but the end point is we're not going to start a fucking war. That's the idea.
In his fantasy, yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's his mindset coming into the war.
Well, he imagines that there's a way for that to happen.
Right.
There's a way for Russia to force the overthrow of Ukraine's government without there being civilian casualties and terrible consequences.
Yeah.
He's pretending that's true, but it is not.
It is absolutely not.
And I think that much like myself, maybe I was naive, I don't think that Alex expected what happened on Wednesday evening. I think he is caught on his back foot a little bit and really has to figure out what he's going to do.
Now we're floundering.
Oh, boy.
Okay.
And it kind of leads to him retconning pretty much everything he's
ever said. Yeah, gotcha.
Well, we don't have to come in with our own canned air raid sirens from during the Cold War. We got real air raid sirens in 2022. As thousands of bombs get dropped on military targets across the birthplace of the Slavic peoples, Ukraine. Russia jealously does not want George Soros to have it for himself, so Russia's grabbing it. That's the reality of what's going on. That's what Putin's been saying.
Oh, that's what Putin's been saying?
That's what Putin's been saying.
Wait.
Yeah. He's been saying that I'm going to take it over. He's not been saying, I'm sorry, you guys can...
You can read the New York Times. They say Biden's done a great job. This is wonderful. You can tune in to the BBC and hear that Putin's the new Hitler. Or you can tune in here and actually really understand the history of things and make your own decision about where all this is going. But all hell is breaking loose. So here's a few clips of yours truly back in October and November of last year.
So you just play some clips of himself talking shit about how there's going to be a war and such, which I think at any period in his career you could come up with clips of him saying that kind of stuff if you wanted.
I mean, any random month.
Yeah, and one of them I do remember is in the context of him talking about being out with Joe Rogan and some other of Joe's friends and them talking shit about how there was going to be a war.
And that was just
that was part of the prediction,
right
into the future.
Me and Joe Rogan and some buddies got drunk, and I said, there'll probably be a war, so I'm going to play that as a victory lap.
Well, I was talking to some real higher ups
on the day a war starts. Great,
so
classy.
But you have to understand here, he's maligning all sorts of other information sources while saying, like, you tune in here, you get the real shit. Like, it's not.
Listen,
it's
you
not.
go to the
BBC. You tune into InfoWars, and you get information that leaves you completely ill-equipped to deal with circumstances like this, because you've been fed a line that Putin has no fault. He is a wonderful leader, and all he really wants to do is take some.
What, you don't like unification? You don't like decommunization? You don't like denazification, Dan? Those are all great things. Just like Americans for Progress is a great group of people who are for progress.
Sure.
That's how words work. They always mean literally what it is they're about.
Yeah, it's just strange for him to be bragging and sort of pumping up his own chest when he's living in the aftermath of his own failure, more or less, in terms of information.
And he's taking a victory lap about
it.
Yeah. Yep.
It's glaring.
Listen, you can turn into the BBC and hear that Putin's the new Hitler in a mean tone of voice. Or you can turn in here and hear that Putin's a new Hitler. Hooray!
Is he going to keep going?
I don't know. We're going to have a great time.
So Alex has this weekend, he's going to do a long show on Sunday. And there's a reason.
We'll be doing special reports and more at Infowars.com as it's needed. And we'll also be hosting Saturday live show and a special Sunday 6-hour live show that we're going to be doing this Sunday, and that's going to be, again. And why would you be running promos about Alex Jones being the devil every single break? I got told by folks it's every single break, so I did something I never do. I went and tuned over to CNN this morning, and the first time they went to break, it was Alex Jones, the devil. And what does that tell you? I mean, that is the mouth of the New World Order demonizing me.
Okay, so he's the devil. I've gotten a number of questions about this CNN thing, the megaphone of conspiracy or whatever.
Sure.
I don't know if I talked to them. I did talk to somebody at CNN. It was months back.
Right.
I never heard back from them.
Right.
So,
what? Tell everybody what you said to them.
Well, I didn't sign any confidentiality thing. I don't know if I would get in trouble for saying this, but one of the things that I made very clear is that I would not be willing to be a part of any piece or documentary or anything that played up Alex as some kind of a mastermind or like some big villain kind of thing, because
we know he's a bumbling idiot who has weird beliefs about interdimensional demons fighting against fucking George Soros and the gang.
I feel that if anything, I'm going to lend myself to or appear in for my own sake, if nothing else. I don't want to perpetuate that image of him as some kind of a megaphone-wielding supervillain type.
Right.
And I don't know if that was a deal breaker.
Right.
And I think there's a decent chance that the person talked to me and they're like, this guy's an asshole.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe.
Don't know.
Oh, you're just going to go around thinking you're some kind of special expert on Alex Jones. That's what you're going to do.
I think it's possible that I rubbed the person the wrong way.
Sure.
It's not like we had an unpleasant conversation or anything. I find myself to be unpleasant.
I think you're a pleasant guy.
Well, thanks.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm not in that special.
Yeah.
That's the long and short of it for all the people who have been asking.
Yeah.
Did not hear back. But again, I want to also be clear. When I talked to the person at CNN, they said that there were possibly multiple projects. Mm-hmm. So this might be a completely different thing than the person I talked to. I don't know. I did not hear back. And hey, based on this, I bet I'm never going to talk to anybody ever again.
I would not be surprised by that.
Yeah. Although I have declared talking to Brian Stelter my white whale.
Okay, there will be that. Yes. Stelter, come at you.
Yeah, that is going to be something I need to check off the bucket list. So anyway, CNN doing this hit piece on Alex, and there's a reason.
It's freaking ridiculous. I mean, they attack me in hundreds of newspapers a day, dozens of TV shows a day, national shows every week. I can't even keep track of it. It's just everywhere. Alex Jones is Satan. Because they see me as a representation of everything they hate about America. A strong, honorable man who's a father who believes in freedom and has rallied the people and has survived their attacks for decades. And they think if we can just destroy him, and steal his identity once we've killed him or put him in prison, then we can somehow defeat you. You see, they see me as you. That's something Trump always said, is they want to get through me to get to you. They hate you. They're your enemy. They're at war with you. It is absolutely true.
So that line about the enemy, they're attacking me because I stand between you and them is such a powerful and toxic line for propagandists to use because it achieves two really potent goals. The first is that it creates a centralized point that the followers need to support, to the point of considering the survival and well-being of that central point. It's as important as their own.
If not more,
Yeah.
because they're not as important as the fight.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
If Alex Jones or Trump is all that stands between you and certain globalist onslaught, then it's in your best interest to do everything you can to protect them so you don't get onslaughted.
Right.
This hustle is perfect because it works no matter what, because the dreaded onslaught is imaginary. As long as you're in business and siphoning off support from your scared audience, you're doing your job and holding back this imagined army. And if you go out of business or die, then it doesn't matter if that onslaught doesn't actually come because you aren't in a position to exploit the audience's fear anymore.
Yeah.
It works coming and going. It's perfect.
And you're not in a position to receive any kind of consequences for doing such.
Mm-hmm.
You're out of business already.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Yeah.
The
second...
Oh, you guys got scammed. Surprise.
It's an American tradition.
Whoa.
Noble.
Boy. I can think of zero of those reasons, and
I don't think
about
those have come up.
a million other reasons.
I don't think those have come up on our show. He's too honorable.
Oh, God, it's so manly. His ability to cry and whine and do nothing for anyone else of any good.
It's just
so manly.
When I think of honorable people, I think of those who refuse to take responsibility for anything.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Nothing more honorable.
So we started this 24th episode, and Alex was kind of going back on some of the interpretations that he had of Putin
because they were wrong and nonsensical.
Sure. But now he's going to shift the narrative again.
Putin's troops raise Russian flag in Ukraine as Z tanks, which have come from the east, and O tanks that come from Belarus enter deeper into the nation. And there is no real resistance because just like the U.S. bought off the Iraqi leadership in Gulf War I and Gulf War II, 90+% of their generals, you see that Putin has already done his work.
What?
And has already paid off the Ukrainian military. And that's why the Russians know they can roll right in and face almost no resistance.
What?
Because that's how real war is done.
This is really interesting because it's actually wrong in multiple ways.
I mean, so many.
First, it's wrong in the sense that it's a complete contradiction of everything Alex was reporting and predicting earlier in the week. And at no point is Alex taking stock of how wrong he was and how he was supporting Putin directly in the lead up to this. The second way this is wrong is that Alex is making up everything about Putin paying off Ukrainian troops and there being no resistance. There's been a ton of fighting, with Russian air units shot down and ground fighting taking place in multiple hotspots, not just in Donbass. Just one example of this is the fighting that's taking place at the Gostomel airfield. Russian paratroopers came in and took over, and they were confronted by Ukrainian troops. And as I was preparing this episode, the outcome was still unknown.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I have not checked.
It's been like back and forth. They've been Ukraine's taking it back, and then Russia's taking it back from them, and it's just so much. Yeah.
There's reports of many other instances of fighting.
Well, the island of the Snake Island. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw something about that just before we started recording. Yep. Alex is reporting this complete fabrication because he needs this to be true to emotionally disconnect himself from the fact that he was part of a media chorus in the United States that cheered on and actively promoted the lead up to an invasion that is now killing civilians and causing widespread fighting in an invaded sovereign country. Alex supported the thing his brand is all about pretending to be against, all because he's blinded by his imagination that Putin listens to his stupid show and is an ally against his pretend enemies. Alex cheered on something that is at best an attempt to overthrow a neighboring country's government, and at worst an attempt to take the whole thing over. And he doesn't want to feel bad about that. So in his head, this is just a situation where Putin's bought off the Ukrainian military and is marching in uncontested.
Yeah.
It's not a situation where civilians are hunkering down in subway stations for shelter, where shells are hitting residential areas, and where Russian troops are attacking far more the Donbass region, which is the flimsy pretext that Alex bought from the Kremlin and sold to his audience. Alex was wrong, majorly wrong, and in order to maintain the feeling that it doesn't matter that he's wrong, this has to be fake.
Yeah.
And so on his show, it's fake. That's it.
Yep.
That's what's going on.
Yep.
It's fake.
Can't take responsibility for a single second.
And
just gotta run.
And
just gotta be always running.
Tease that thread out a little bit.
Yeah.
It's not even just the responsibility, it's the feeling.
Oh, yeah. No, of course. Well, I mean,
I don't want to have that feeling.
Who wants to feel like they've cheerleaded the next Hitler? Probably nobody.
There are some people who probably would be thrilled to have.
Yeah, there sure seems to be.
It's just those people generally don't have large million-dollar businesses to protect.
Does seem to be that way.
So, Anyway, this is not the only time that people have just bought off armies.
You think the French just gave up in 10 days when Hitler invaded in 1940?
No.
No. He bought off the entire French command. And they were given dictatorship of France and moved their headquarters to Vichy for the next 5 years. And that's how war's done.
The attack on France didn't last 10 days. Also, if France was bought off to let Germany just come in, a lot of French people die for no reason. Yeah. I think what Alex is talking about is that they entered Paris unopposed, but that was because the French army had already taken a gigantic hit by that point, and the French government had fled from Paris. That's one of the historical things that contributes to the whole right-wing joke about French people loving to surrender.
Right.
We went through that with the freedom fries and stuff in this Iraq war.
Yeah, cheese-eating surrender monkeys, as groundskeeper Willie said.
Yeah. This is not how things played out in World War II, nor is it an accurate description of how the Vichy French came to be.
No.
But I guess it's simpler for Alex. Just imagine these events in history were just like simple financial transactions.
Yeah, and like everybody, the Paris, whenever the Vichy took over, everybody was super cool with it because they were paid off. Mm-hmm. There wasn't a consistent, nonstop resistance from that single moment on until the end of the war.
And there wasn't like a government in exile.
No, absolutely not. No.
Anyway,
Great.
I guess this is simpler.
It must be.
So anyway, now Alex kind of has to wrestle with the fact that Putin was lying a bit.
I can't think of any way to fault this guy.
I can't either. I heard Alex say that twice.
And Putin is taking Ukraine. He denied it. They denied it. They claimed, we're just going to protect these zones. And then, we're just going to rout out the Nazis, which, I mean, how does the left say no to that?
So look, here's the thing.
I will tell you how, sir.
Here's the thing. Alex is saying like, Putin lied about his intentions and all of this. Great.
That's just good strategy.
Well, Alex isn't saying that.
Oh.
But great to like recognize that. Now, do a little soul searching about how you went on air repeatedly, parroted those lies, and also said, this is the most truthful person that I have ever seen, the greatest world leader in terms of just giving the truth, just facts.
Power of honesty.
The power.
That is what he said. It's the power of honesty.
It's parody level shit.
It's insane to me.
Yeah. And if I were Alex and I had done what he did, and this was the result, even though I don't pretend for any serious way that Alex's actions had a direct result on Putin's actions or anything like that.
Yeah.
He's lying to his audience, though, and he has a responsibility to them
to apologize.
To deal with, hey, look, I bought that lie, and I sold it to you.
I wanted to believe it, and that's why I believed it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I knew that it would be effective as something to sell you.
Right.
It would not be fun, and you probably would get mad at me if I were to say, hey, Biden might be onto something here. No one would have accepted that.
Maybe the president was telling the truth the entire time, and Putin was lying, which is an inversion of how things are supposed to work.
My whole market space would kind of be fucked by that, and so I went with Putin's lies.
Because he's great.
And I sold it to you as the most honest thing in the world, whether or not I actually believed that at the time.
Right.
you need to do some unpacking on this.
Something.
And he's not. He refuses to do it while at the same time accepting that Putin was lying about his intentions and what he was going to do. And it's cowardly.
I mean, it is like he is spinning tons of plates, right? But because
no, he's not. The plates aren't there.
Because there are no plates, it doesn't matter if one of them falls.
Right.
Because they don't exist. So it's like, oh no, this theoretical plate would have really fucked me up, but haha, I'm just spinning a fucking stick.
Yeah. And or even like I don't even know how to make a metaphor that works better than that, so I'm going to go with it.
Thanks.
Here's some more bullshit.
It's about 50-50 in the numbers of who wants to be allied with the euro, who wants to be allied with Russia.
What?
Russia said, hey, you're Slavic. You founded Russia. We want you. Because Ukraine's always been the good part of town for what is the Russian Empire.
What?
It's mama. And they're not going to let George Soros have mama. And so that's what's happening.
Yeah, so Soros can't have mama.
I mean, it's just got to feel like so much more work on this one to try and like pretzel your way through.
It's exhausting.
Something like you can't just be like, holy shit, Putin's gone nuts.
But that's why it's changing even over the course of this episode so far.
Yeah, of course. Because he's like, I don't even know where I'm at in the Ouroboros of lying.
Right.
So
we begin with like he's attacking military installations. Is it gonna go farther? He's gonna take the whole country. Oh, the invasion's fake.
Yeah.
You know, like it's
all purchased. It's all sold.
Yeah.
Nothing is actually happening. Everything
and
that
now
you're seeing is
Soros
a lie.
is taking mama.
Literally everything that you are going to see is a lie, is what he's saying.
And include his show in that.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, exactly.
So there's a real interesting change of tone from previous days. It's not yelling about how Putin was so full of truth and the most straight-up leader in the world who Alex can't find fault with, who just wanted to protect Russians in Donbass. It's taking Ukraine so Soros can't have it. And Alex doesn't seem like he is offended by that notion.
Nope.
Which is troubling. Also, Alex is full of shit about it being 50-50 in Ukraine about joining with Russia or the West. A Center for Insight and Research poll from December 2021 asked, quote, if Ukraine was able to enter only one international economic union, which one of the following should it be? 58% said the EU, compared to 21% who said, quote, customs union with Russia, Belarus, and Kazakhstan. Another poll from 2021 reflected 64% support among Ukrainians for joining NATO, compared to 19% who opposed it.
Right.
Alex is trying to create the impression that the issue is split down the middle because it lends greater credibility to the side that's far down in the polls, which is the side Alex supports, which is Putin.
Yeah, it's climate denialism as a both sides.
A lot of scientists say.
You know, it's like, they're equal.
Mama Titty, that's a good idea. Which would be a little bit of a reprisal. I used that little clip, little soundbite in Mama's Boy. But yeah, he wiles out in that whole little spiel there. We'll have to take a look at that.
Viewpoints. It's not necessarily that they're 50-50 exactly, but they're equal in strength, and how I feel about them.
Yep. So Alex continues in the middle of this show as it goes on to pretend that there's no fighting going on in Ukraine, which is just wild.
But that's why you're not seeing any real Ukrainian resistance, because it was all for show. And the comedian Hollywood president was a double agent the whole time. Oh, yeah. That's what all the smart money is on. That's what all the experts I know, and I'm an expert myself, know. And so Putin's fighting a war he already won before he pulled the trigger. And that's why we're Infowars.com. Tomorrow's news today.
This is brazen even for Alex.
I mean, they're going to kill Zelensky. Like, that's the plan.
I'm sorry that my response was a
yeah.
Like, it was more of an exhale than a laugh, but it probably sounded like a laugh.
No, I mean, it's fucked up, and he's saying that he's a double agent. They're going to kill him. I mean, that's the plan.
I have difficulty assessing what I think is going to happen, and especially with circumstances as have happened over the past week. I don't know.
Right.
And so when you're saying that,
I mean that as the intelligence that was given out by Biden is that he is target 1 and his family is target 2.
I would not be super surprised.
Right.
But I feel so like beyond my capabilities of like assessing what's going to happen outside of like information that is in front of me at this point. But in terms of Alex, like, how is tomorrow's news today when today's news is a direct contradiction of yesterday's news?
Yeah.
I don't understand how that works. Today's news demonstrates that Alex was making shit up yesterday. So if you're listening to him, you should probably recognize that tomorrow is probably going to be the time when you realize he was making shit up today.
Yeah.
It's important to understand that this stuff about a fake invasion and Zelensky being a double agent is rationalization. Alex is worried that this conflict is going to escalate and end up turning into a wider war, and he knows that he's been way too public in his support for Putin. If things continue and Russia continues to aggress on their neighbors, Alex's business model can't survive being a media mouthpiece for the enemy. His brand works when he's talking shit and sounding like he knows everything. It's not good when he's getting into Lord Ha-Ha or straight-up Father Coughlin territory.
Yeah.
This rationalization also helps Alex pivot away from overt Putin cheerleading without having to accept the consequences. If things do get worse, he can say that after Putin went into Ukraine, he stopped cheering him on, and that Ukraine was a false flag war where there wasn't even any fighting and the double agent president surrendered for money. This allows Alex to avoid feeling bad about the people who died in the invasion, which he supported and promoted because he's an emotional and intellectual coward. That is what's going on.
Yep. Heartbreaking. Not for him to be.
No, the real world stuff is heartbreaking.
Well, I mean, it's so like you read about America in 1937. You know, you read about how so many people were like, Hitler's great, man. Hitler's super cool. And look, I get why you don't like him, but he's going to be calmed down by the elements around him. You know, they're going to moderate him.
Yeah.
And it's like we're just doing it again. And it's just so fucking sad.
It's really hard for me to assess what's going to happen. And the idea that this is going to necessarily spill into a world war seems to me to be getting ahead of ourselves a little bit.
Sure.
That's the only thing that I'm pushing back on.
No, and I understand. I mean, you know, it's easy to say that any comparison to World War II is in totality, but I am just describing the amount of propaganda and support that is being pushed.
That I don't disagree with. That part is very strange. The very it seems fairly uniform among the sort of higher end of the Trump propagandist types. Being on Putin, Russia's side.
Yeah, I mean, you know, because they're Nazis.
It's weird. So, look, this is all just fake, according to Alex, and you'll never guess who he blames.
Soros?
Make no mistake, the fact that the Russians are taking over all the nuclear power plants and coal power plants and gas plants, and they're taking over the government buildings and the airports. And then some of the military people I know say, yeah, I've seen the footage. It looked like a bunch of young 18-year-old Russians, you know, that aren't even special operations, dragging rocket launchers around, and no one's opposing them. This looks fake. This doesn't look like a real war. Well, that's because it's all a big drill. The Ukrainian military was bought off. And so now we'll see what happens with their puppet president. A lot of times puppets end up getting hung. But we'll see what goes on. But this is all directly because of globalist, leftist, Western forces with all their transgenderism and all of their pregnant flight suits and all of their CRT in the military and all this. The entire world thinks we're a complete joke now.
It shouldn't surprise anyone that this loop back somehow to being the fault of the meddling SJWs.
Yeah.
Alex is such an idiot, and he's so caught up in his own narratives that the literal invasion of a sovereign country has to somehow be related to his bigot culture war obsessions. It's really remarkable how little of substance he has to say and how much he retreats to these things he's completely making up, like the war is fake, and things that are really just muscle memory bigot culture war memes that he makes money spreading. Like it's pathetic. I don't know any other words.
I mean,
he should really have a boss to give him a performance review.
Yeah.
Like, cause this is bad.
I mean, that is an element that I've seen repeatedly come up that is an undercurrent of a lot of support for Russia on this one, is that, like, we hate trans people too.
Mm-hmm.
That, I mean...
Yeah, that stuck out to me too. A pregnant flight suit. That's what I thought he said. And I was like, with their pregnant flight suits? And does it have, is it something about transgenderism? Is it a suit that helps you be pregnant? I have no idea. I don't know. I might Google it later if I remember. Boom. Pregnant flight suits. A flight suit would have to be something you wear when you jump out of a plane, or something you wear like in one of those wind tunnels. And if you made a custom one for a pregnant woman, is it an abortion thing? Is it like a way of doing abortions by throwing pregnant women out of planes? That sounds like something liberals would come up with. To simulate pregnancy? That could be it. Like we're going to have men wear this to let them see how it feels like to have a pregnant belly. Let them walk around all day. And then become woke to women issues. Yeah, that's a big no-no for Alex. That might be what it is. Pregnancy simulator.
It's deep set. There's so many little arguments I've seen that are like, and we've got trans people, and you're like, what? No, what are we fucking talking about? Is that it? Is that what you need? You need somebody to kill trans people for you. That's what you want. And it's fucked up.
It is.
It's so fucked up.
It is. Ugh. To be fair, Alex also took a swipe at CRT.
Yeah, that's true. That one I think is just that's just a bonus.
I don't really know how to say anything other than what you're saying. Like, it's just it is what it is. It speaks for itself.
It really does. It really fucking does.
This complete monster. So Alex has a new conspiracy a little bit later. He comes back from break and he's got a new one.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, where Putin has miscalculated, and I guess he just doesn't care he's got nuclear weapons, is that they're going to cut the power off in areas and pull a bunch of shit.
It's literally a jumpsuit that fits a pregnant belly. Okay, so it is for jumping out of a plane. It's probably not an abortion thing, but it's about being inclusive then. And even though they're including white women, yeah. Because
Fault move here. A false flag to be blamed on the Russians. And the Russians, it looks like taking the bait to me. I would not have done what Putin did. I know he thinks it's their country, their people. It's being taken from them. That's where Russia started, was the Ukraine. They're moving weapons in. I get it. But he's looking 3-4 moves ahead. I'm looking 20 ahead.
So here's the narrative up till this point. Putin has paid off the Ukrainian military to stand down, thanks to some involvement from the double agent President Zelensky,
right,
and is going to end up taking over Ukraine.
Right.
I guess that Ukraine is now in on the whole thing, but the international globalists who still don't like Putin are going to do some false flag where they cut off the power, maybe in Ukraine or something, and blame Putin for reasons that I don't really understand.
Yeah.
I don't get what the game plan is here. Like, if the rest of the stuff Alex is saying is to believed, I don't really know how this would be a meaningful part of the story.
Yeah.
It's not even clear storytelling, and I think Alex is just throwing whatever at the wall.
It does have that feeling of just like, okay, no, I got a new thought. All right, so ignore the last stuff. Okay, here's my new pitch. Like it's got that writer's room feel of like there's just a bunch of people throwing out ideas. Like, is this something? Is this a good?
But Putin got suckered into this somehow, but he also paid off the Ukrainian military and government in order to invade. So
I mean,
he's been suckered into it by the triple agent President
right.
Zelensky?
He's been preparing to buy off the Ukrainian military, and now then they're going to do false flags to blame him, so when the Ukrainian military fights back, it'll seem like they weren't paid off.
But the Ukraine
and Soros paid them off now.
But if the false flag power attacks are in Ukraine, I don't get what that achieves. If they're outside of Ukraine, like in the United States or United Kingdom, I don't think you need to invade Ukraine to say that Russia did them.
Nope.
I don't think that's a necessary piece of this.
Don't need it.
It all is. I would, if I were reading this screenplay, I would ask for an edit. I would ask, just go, give it another pass. This is muddy.
Well, I mean, it does seem like, I guess what he's trying to, I guess he's trying to go back to the proxy war idea again. So Putin's paid off Ukraine.
He did not call this
wild.
This is. Yeah, that's a little bit offensive.
I just don't have, it is a little bit, maybe I'm a little jealous, because I don't have that level of confidence and psychopathic ability to just declare that I did something right. Especially not if I didn't. Even if I did something well, I'm terrible at being like, hey man, that was all me and I would like all of the credit. Thank you.
Yeah, it's brash.
That's bold.
Yeah.
Gotta give it.
Fortune favors.
Well, it seems to for him.
So Alex and Roger are talking some Ukraine news. And Roger drops a piece of information that even Alex has to be like, wait, hold on now. Mic down for this. This is wild.
So one thing that did bother me, and that was that in one of the so-called underlying regions where the Russians have already taken control, they're starting to force people of the Jewish faith to register. I don't like that. That bothers me a great deal.
Is that real?
That is a press report that I read this morning shortly before coming on. I hope that it is incorrect.
I think Roger's pretty out of line here. If Alex hadn't done a very out-of-character follow-up question, Roger would have been allowed to claim on air as fact that Jewish people were being forced to register in one of the parts of the Donbass region. Because Alex asked if it was true, which is, again, bizarre for him.
Wild.
Yeah, Roger has to retreat to I heard it somewhere, maybe it's not true kind of defense. And he also conveniently doesn't say where this news report he got it from was, so it could just maybe not even exist.
Just a random-ass tweet.
Since Roger doesn't specify, I'm left to speculate about what he's talking about. And the best I can do is that in 2014, there were flyers that people found in East Ukraine that said Jewish people over 16 had to register with the Commissar. These were terrifying, obviously, but also they appear to have been a hoax, with neither the Ukrainian nor the pro-Russian separatist side clearly being behind the distribution. Some believe that it was possibly an extortion racket that some splinter groups of the separatists are trying to get going, but it's hard to say for sure. That said, this was news from the last invasion, but all the same, this is a super serious allegation that Roger's just throwing around. If he's going to act like that, he needs more to back it up than some random thing he may have heard that he doesn't even know if it's true or not. It's fucked up. These standards are too low.
He said that Russia is forcing Jewish people to register. Is that what he said? Or was he saying that Ukraine? No, he's saying that the Russians are going into a territory and saying that Jews must register, right?
It's confusing.
I mean, if that's what he's saying, I feel like he's justifying a war against Russia, right? Like you can't also be like, and it's cool that Jews are registering.
Maybe it's a situation where he's assuming that Russia doesn't have like control over Donetsk and Luhansk, and so maybe the Ukrainians are doing it.
I mean, yeah.
Because it goes along with the denazify kind of idea that Putin gave in the justification for the declaration.
Right, but I mean, it wouldn't make sense for them to do it now after the war has started.
Let me tell you about InfoWars. A lot of stuff doesn't make sense.
No need to explain further.
Yeah, and I don't feel we get any other clarification on this because Alex asks that follow-up question and it cuts Roger off at the knees.
Yeah.
He has to retreat because he can't defend this position.
No, absolutely not.
So we don't get any more information.
Great.
Anyway, Putin invaded. He's going for the whole country. And Alex, again, refuses to accept that he fell for this shit.
Oh, it's not even for jumping out of a plane. The word jumpsuit just that's like something you'd go jogging in, I think. Flight suit. Yeah, I guess aviation is a complicated field, and that kind of makes sense now. So it's not even it's even worse because I was kind of maybe giving him too much benefit of the doubt that it was like he thought it was inappropriate for women to do this dangerous thing. But they're probably like doing diagnostics on a fucking airplane engine. It's no big deal, man. Whoa, man. That's funny. Thanks for the info.
All right, Roger Stone's riding the shotgun with us a little bit in the next hour. Then I'm going to have 2 hours of open phones ahead of Paul Joseph Watson. And then I'm going to be hanging around here. I'll be on the War Room. I'm looking to do some nighttime shows. This is all so huge. Russia is invading the whole of Ukraine. Putin has used deception, as you do in war, and he is now moving into the whole thing.
He used deception on you.
He used deception.
On you.
Well, you know what? Sometimes disinformation is necessary for enemies and allies. So I
understand QAnon, but look, the deception didn't really work with much of the international community.
Okay, so you're saying...
They worked with Alex and Tucker.
All right. Now that does make sense.
Yes.
Yeah.
So... Get off your fucking highfalutin horse here with this deception stuff.
So then shouldn't you have to then say other people got it right?
Well,
and I got it wrong.
I'm glad you brought that up.
We are in a global conflict. Showing amazing footage coming in of shot down Russian helicopters. Full-scale invasion. One thing Biden said was true. I guess clocks, even when they're broken, are right twice a day.
Wow, Biden was right.
Gotta give it up.
Yep.
Gotta give it up to the Somali Biden.
So now Alex he's admitting that Biden was right.
Yeah. Biden was right.
But you know what he's
now
not
what
admitting?
do we do?
He was wrong. Alex was wrong.
Well, I think it's implied that if you admit Biden was right, you have apologized for being wrong.
Yeah. Also, the whole shot down helicopters thing would seem to contradict Alex's earlier point about the Ukrainian military just being paid off by Putin. But yet, I don't see him retracting that or correcting himself or wrestling with how he was wrong. I also think he should take the realization that Biden was right a little harder than he is, because it really hurts.
That. Yeah.
It really hurts his whole thing.
I mean, for just to be blasé about, well, I guess he's right. You know what? Sometimes you get, bananas.
Mm-hmm.
He's the devil. He's literally working for the devil.
Like CNN.
He can't be right
Biden.
sometimes.
Biden was the devil.
But yeah, Biden's the devil.
I thought you were calling Alex the devil.
No. Biden, I mean, if in your cosmology, Biden is working for the literal devil.
But he's way down the flow chart.
Sure, that's true.
It's not Larry Fink.
He doesn't have the Fink info.
Yeah, the Fink foe. So Roger's appearance can go fly a kite because, quite honestly, it's just the same shit. He just wants money.
Yeah.
There's no question about it. But Alex, we have no choice but to fight, and we can't fight if we are unarmed financially. So people need to go to stonedefensefund.com. Help me not only sue Adam Schiff and the January 6th committee, but help me sue Hillary Clinton and her retinue. I'm going to try to get Alex Jones and General Flynn and maybe even Paul Manafort to join me in that class.
Oh, I'm on board. I mean, I have to fight back. We have to do it. StoneDefenseFund.com. People can find books, films, T-shirts, and more on your other site.
I'm thrilled for this not to happen.
Wow, so fucking petty. Really sounds important today, doesn't it?
It does.
I'm going to sue Hillary Clinton. I've got a fake lawsuit for Hillary Clinton. You should give me money today so I can fake sue Hillary Clinton.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think Roger's taking to this lawsuit grift a little too eagerly.
He's thirsty.
Yeah.
It's too thirsty.
It doesn't come off well.
He cannot come off desperate. The moment he comes off desperate, his mystique is punctured to the point where you're like, oh, you're a sad, petty old man, aren't you? With a tattoo of Richard Nixon on your back.
He needs, I don't know, weird consulting fees paid by foreign dictators.
Absolutely.
To be paying for his top hats.
Right.
He can't be coming to you and asking for money for a top hat. It does not work.
That's not how that goes.
You don't get to be the dandy villain
this is peppercorn.
with crowdfunding.
Yeah, if you want to be a fop, you got to con upwards. You can't con down if you want to be a real...
Well, the information con goes down.
Right.
Or I'm sorry, it is done to the people on the lower level.
Right.
The money con goes up.
Exactly.
That's the flow chart for Roger's shit.
Yeah.
So Alex has a meme that he saw. A lot of memes.
This is what folks are putting out on Twitter and Instagram and everywhere, and it's going viral. And you can look it up. It's true. I don't just believe what people put out. The World Economic Forum. Countries where the prime minister is a member of the World Economic Forum. And it's basically every country in Western Europe, except for Spain and Portugal. That's a real cult. That's what we're up against.
So what does it mean to be a member of the World Economic Forum as an individual? Does it mean that you've gone and given a speech at one of the Davos conferences or that you've attended one? If it's this seems like a low bar. I don't know. It's not people on the boards.
No,
obviously.
no. I mean,
the board of trustees or anything. Because Trump went to Davos in 2020.
Right. But every okay. So all the people who go to the World Economic Forum, obviously, they can become a member, and if you choose, about 10% of those who become members are taken to their underground brainwashing center, where they are hooked into a chair. E and F on the temples.
WEF.
That's what it is. Man, that's bad. E and F. Oh man.
No, WEF is World Economic Forum. That's what it is.
No, electro neural. What was
EEG?
No, never mind.
Okay.
It's the whatever. But yeah.
So that's what they do.
That's what they do.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is just cherry-picked bullshit that Alex is reporting based on a meme that was posted on Twitter by former NHL player and current conspiracy peddler Theo Fleury. If you recall, he was one of the people who was originally peddling the million truck nonsense on Fox News in the lead up to the Ottawa occupation, and I guess that brand was lucrative for him, so he's doubling down on the World Economic Forum stuff.
Right.
He posted a meme that wasn't even about Western European leaders, but of people in the Canadian federal government who are, quote, listed on worldeconomicforum.org/people. That page is blank, and it has been in all the captures on the Wayback Machine going back to 2016, so I'm not sure how anyone would even go about checking this list, but even assuming that all the people he has on there have attended Davos, that proves nothing, and it has nothing to do with Western Europe. Also, not to split hairs here needlessly, but most people who have breakdowns of world regions, they consider Spain and Portugal to be in Southern Europe, not in Western Europe. This is a dumb meme that Alex saw. He decided it was groundbreaking, and he thought he should write a news story about it before reporting on it. This is dumb. This is his process. This is what he does.
Yeah. Saw a meme. Yeah, by a former NFL or NHL player, Theo Fleury. What was his?
I don't know.
You didn't pull up his stats?
No.
Do we have a card?
But here's the problem too with me. I don't know anything about hockey,
right?
And so, if I looked at his card, it would probably be like hieroglyphs.
Right.
I don't know what these stats
are. You get points for a goal and an assist.
I get that.
Yeah.
Hat trick. I know that's three.
That's
right?
3. Yeah.
What's icing?
Icing is whenever you skate and then you're like, and then you hit somebody in the face with some.
Is it really?
I don't know. Probably.
I think it's a stat. Maybe it's not. See, this is how little I know about hockey.
Icing is whenever you get the puck out of there. So your defense,
you get the puck out of there.
You get your defense, and the offense is like scraw, and you're like, I gotta get this puck out of here. If you get it out of there, that's icing.
Icing.
Yeah,
on the cake.
Why not?
So Alex has had what I would describe as internally inconsistent narratives about Ukraine on the 24th.
Yeah.
That all fly in stark contrast to the nonsense he was doing at the beginning of the week.
Right.
And this clip is where I believe he gives up.
And so we're here watching all this unfold. We're here watching this as it takes place. And then we're told that the borders of Ukraine are the most holy thing in the world and that the Russians shouldn't be there, when the people controlling and running our country.
It's almost like borders are bullshit, huh?
When the very sovereignty of our nation is being erased in front of the planet. And here's the bottom line.
by respecting
it isn't just
borders.
that they don't care and broke the border. It's that the globalists, UN, have told the third world to come here. They have shut down the third world. They've been in years of lockdowns to then flush them up here to be now political pawns and a new permanent underclass of the globalist, making us the third world. Not to empower the third world, but to permanently use these masses of people they've been exploiting as an invasion force that they control.
You can see here that Alex essentially has nothing to say about the situation in Ukraine. This is very clearly an attempt to shift the focus into a subject matter that he's much more comfortable yelling about, namely his racist Great Replacement conspiracies. This doesn't even merit response, because the situations he's describing aren't analogous in any way. Instead, I'm playing this clip solely to demonstrate one of the ways that Alex's coverage works. He's throwing so much shit at the wall because he has no idea what's going on, but he's still expected to be the guy who knows everything.
Right.
This manifests first at the beginning of the week as his supposed deep wisdom about Russian history and how Putin is so right that there's a need to defend Russian speakers in Donbass. Alex fully understands Putin because he's an info warrior, and Putin just wants free market and prosperity for the people to have kids in the West so it can survive and thrive. Then that falls apart when Putin invades Ukraine, so Alex needs a new story. This largely takes the form of Alex making up that there's no Ukrainian resistance and that Putin paid off Ukraine, including the double agent President Zelensky. Alex knows that this isn't going to fly, and by this point in the show, I'm sure one of his interns is telling him that there's fighting in multiple locations around Ukraine, and Alex even let slip that there were Russian helicopters down.
Yeah.
That narrative isn't going to last, but it was a first try to make a further conspiracy out of the situation that he could use in the future.
He's buying time.
Yeah. With that failing, he needs another distraction, because without distractions, it's really too obvious that Ukraine is under attack, and Alex reported completely false information that made his audience support the actions that led up to it. The perfect distraction here is exactly what Alex is doing. His arguments have failed, his information is shown to be bullshit, so the last refuge he really has is just to point to his racist Great Replacement obsessions and say, why should I care about their border when we're not fighting to defend our border? It's essentially a white flag in terms of the whole narrative building exercise here. And maybe a white nationalist flag would be more appropriate in terms of this, but the point is that...
It's more of a white hood, really.
Yeah, if he's pulling this out, Alex doesn't have shit. This indication of giving up kind of even started earlier in the show, where he was trying to say that acceptance of trans people in the United States somehow led to this, but this is where his resignation is really crystal clear. Maybe he'll have something more to say at a later day, or someone will feed him some information during a commercial break, but at this point, this dude is done. When you hear this, that is done.
Yep.
He's baked.
Yeah, that's straight up like Pat Buchanan, like 9/11 happened because we allowed gay marriage or whatever it is, you know, like it's straight up that kind of fucking...
It's no more anchored to reality.
Yeah, no, it's probably magic. What's happening is magic from God as a punishment for us caring about people.
That was sort of earlier in the episode, a little bit of a lash out kind of. But when he's sitting here saying, why do we care about Ukraine when our southern border, they're flooding an invasion force of third world populations, that's giving up.
Yeah.
That's being like, okay, guess what? All the racist shit that I yell about all the time, that's more important than this.
Yep.
Who cares? And he wouldn't do that if he actually had something to work with here. He's this is pathetic.
It is the sign of somebody who has no fucking clue.
Yeah, and maybe he got a mean text from Skousen during the break. So now here is a interesting mirror that I noticed. Early in the episode, we talked about Monday. Alex plays without interruption Putin's speech.
Right.
He doesn't cut in and say, like, you know what, actually, anything.
Nothing.
Instead, he just listens reverently. On this episode, on the 24th, Alex goes to a Biden speech. Listen to his behavior and how it's a little bit different.
Okay. I imagine it'll be a little different.
Even before it starts.
We are back live taking your phone calls, but Biden just started speaking, so please be patient, callers. I love you. Larissa and Virginia and everybody else. I'm going to get to you in a moment, but let's hear some of Biden if he can get his words strung together. Here it is.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
So even before it starts, he insults him.
Yeah.
If he can get his words
Let's see
together.
if this grumpy old dum-dum can even speak words right.
The reverence that he showed and the respect that he showed for Putin is in direct contrast.
The most honest and powerful man I've ever seen speak.
And only saying that after you've already formally cut off the speech. So you're not talking over him at all.
Nope.
Now, here is how Alex behaves during Biden.
This is a premeditated attack. Vladimir Putin has been planning this for months, as we've been saying all along.
Like shutting Keystone down?
He moved more than 175,000 troops, military
Or telling
equipment,
millions to invade the
positions
U.S.?
along the Ukrainian border.
Put up at the border?
He moved blood supplies into position.
You mean pedophiles
and
in
built
schools?
field hospitals.
You funded Black Lives Matter to burn
which
down cities.
tells you all you need to know about his intentions.
Yep, all we need to know about you.
See, this is what he does.
What a child.
He's already said that Biden was right about the situation that we're looking at right now.
Yeah, but now I don't care about Ukraine because what's more important is Keystone.
And sure. And
I guess.
No, it's just opposition to
Yeah.
Biden.
Yeah. No, I know.
It's just performative.
Yeah.
But it also leads to like what I would describe as a bad stand-up riff. He's talking over Biden so much that he gets distracted into like, hey, you know what the problem with this is?
Get
like,
out of here.
It's like a bad Adam Carolla riff.
Oof. It's unfolding largely as we predicted.
And I love how they do the sign language as a virtue signal.
We've seen shelling
when all
increases
TVs...
No, it's so people who can't...
It's just some weird leftist thing like, look, we don't just have him talking, we do this, so you feel like we're inclusive. Look, we're good, we added that.
Cyber attacks against Ukraine.
It's called BS.
We saw a staged...
Wow.
He's so desperate to say stuff over Biden so you can't hear him. You can't hear the points that are being brought up. Because they are threatening to Alex's...
Well, because Russia is attacking with 175,000 troops.
Well, hey, but let me tell you about it's closed captioning.
Yeah.
You don't need sign language people.
Yeah, man.
What?
Yeah, you got him.
Cool, man.
That's what we need to deal with right now.
Yeah. Ooh. Awesome.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this is ridiculous.
I'm animating this little establishing shot, and each element is on its own layer, and I can move these around timing wise to have everything come up in different times. For instance, I tried doing the background last. That's how it's configured now. I want to take a look at it, and then I'll try doing the background first, and then maybe doing them all simultaneously. I'm not really sure which one is best. What's the best order? Maybe start with the bus stop, and then fill in, have them drop sort of outward from the bus stop. Do the background first and go like background to foreground. And how quickly or slowly do I want it to go? The bus stop it should kind of be the thing that catches your eye, right? It's like the centerpiece. So actually the way I have it is the telephone poles first. But what if we went the bench, then the sign. Bench, sign. Maybe have them just come up together. And maybe also have the character come up there. Okay, actually, that kind of worked out. I like the house and the telephone poles coming in opposite directions at the same time. Maybe we should bring all the houses with the telephone pole. in one big chunk. What is this? That's the church. Oh, okay, I want that to come down too. I kind of like that. Like, whoop, plop, and then the street should also be coming in. And then have the background follow along with the road, maybe. Have them overlap a little bit. And then all the plants can spring up at the end. All right, let's take a look at that. Okay, I might maybe shorten the background animation by just trimming a little bit, just cutting some of these out. And have it go a little snappier. Just gonna try some. I don't know what to do with these plants. No, not that. Maybe like that. Boom. Oh, what if the houses and the road and everything? Like if I did the background there, so there's no road. Gonna take that one out. All right, we've got about 15 more minutes left in this episode.
The way he's behaving so differently between these two speeches is, it tells you all you really need to know. It's absurd.
We create two new so-called republics on sovereign Ukrainian territory.
Plus, sovereign, the left teaches no borders, no walls, no USA at all. And we don't have borders, and they shouldn't exist. But now, sovereign Ukrainian territory, which was part of Russia for 1,000 years. Continue.
Wait, hold on now.
I'm sorry?
You seem to be going back on some stuff because you want to yell at Biden.
Wow. So now instantly we're like, yeah, let's take over Ukraine.
And also, hey, pump the fucking brakes. Biden was never chanting no borders, no wall, no USA at all.
Good God. I would give anything for a president to be like, borders are bad. That'd be great.
Yeah, I think that Alex, in much the same way that he'll say, like, George Bush was a liberal or something like that.
Right.
You know, he paints with such a untargeted brush and is so dumb with his definitions that he's like, oh, yeah, Biden and the no borders people.
Yeah.
Like, get the fuck out of here. So yeah, Alex convinces himself basically to go back to being solidly pro-Putin just because he gets mad.
Just because Biden.
At Biden.
Yeah. Great.
Putin is the aggressor. Putin chose this war. And now he and his country.
Yeah, if I move in on your doorstep and I just say, I'm going to live on your porch now, and then I aim a machine gun at you when you walk out your door every day, it's actually true. If you finally walked out and punched the dude in the face that aims a machine gun at you, you're the aggressor. I mean, really? Does anybody buy this crap? It's just not true.
So you can see Alex is becoming more and more pro Putin as Biden speaks, because Alex's politics and his perspective, it isn't anchored to anything other than opposition. Mm-hmm. His only coherent perspective is to be against the positions that are expressed by his imagined enemies. So as soon as Biden is giving a speech saying that Putin is the aggressor here, Alex has to deny that and go on his knee-jerk rant, even after saying earlier in the show that Biden was right about this situation, that Putin is taking the whole country.
Yep.
It's pure and simple. This is an emotional outburst on Alex's part. He doesn't even really mean the things he's saying, I don't think, and the shit that's coming out of his mouth contradicts the things he was saying earlier in the show, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because the product he's selling the audience isn't analysis, it's an emotional experience. The emotional experience of pretending to yell down Biden and shut him down, you liar.
Yep.
It's the emotional experience of pretending to know secret information that no one else has. It's the emotional experience of being proven right, even when all the things that are happening are the opposite of what you predicted. This is the emotional resonance that is enjoyable for Alex's audience.
Yeah.
And it's all a facade. It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. I mean, if what you're selling people is secret special knowledge that makes them smarter than everybody else, more powerful than everybody else, and I mean, who cares what's real?
Sure.
You're just, as long as you're providing the feeling of being smarter than everybody else, and
if you feel it, then it's real.
Yeah,
man.
then it doesn't matter if you're not holding anything.
Yeah.
It's magic.
And I think that this next clip, Alex, he shuts off Biden's speech because he's like, "Fuck this! I can't listen to this asshole." Pretty quickly compared to the very long time he listened to Putin.
You know, isn't that such like you know they'll never do it. It's never going to happen. This is such a simple moment of like, you're going to listen to everything Putin says, even though Biden's right. You're still going to side with Putin just because.
Mm-hmm.
Just
even
because I feel like it.
about his intentions.
Even though, I'll never, not even this one time when I do know he's right. I've said it.
Mm-hmm.
Not even this one time can I listen.
No.
I can never do it.
Nope.
Not once.
Nope.
Never.
Nope.
Not even when it's fucking war, which you are against theoretically.
Yeah, he hates intervention or regime change wars. He certainly is opposed to those, except for now. It's strange, but not that strange. Now, going back to this feeling versus reality kind of conflict.
Right.
This next clip, I think, is actually really indicative of that. Alex has a little bit of a clip of Nancy Pelosi that he thinks is such a slam dunk.
Oh, my God.
Now, let me treat you to Pelosi, where she's saying a country in a whole different area of Europe is Ukraine. She doesn't even know the country of Ukraine, and she says a totally different country. Here it is.
Some of the leadership of well, if you look at the map and you see Hungary and you see how it is encircled, Russia, Belarus, Crimea, which they have taken over but have, it's still a danger now to Ukraine. And then you see Poland and Romania and all of those countries just abutting. That's a Russian influence.
So you heard Russia invaded Hungary, right?
So Alex is a liar, and this clip is deceptively edited to make it sound like Pelosi thinks Ukraine is Hungary. He achieves this by cutting off what she had said just prior to that clip starting. Quote, what was interesting was to see the heads of state with whom we had interactions as well of countries who are newer members of NATO and the concerns that they have. What's next for Putin if he were to be successful in Ukraine? I had the privilege of sitting next to the president of Latvia for most of the plenary sessions, and others there were very concerned about what would be next.
Right.
When she mentions Hungary as well as Poland and Romania, she's referencing countries that were of concern to NATO members about states that could be in trouble if Russia took over Ukraine. Alex either knows this and is playing the clip deceptively, or he never even took the time to find context and is just desperate to play a clip that seems to show someone he doesn't like misspeaking, which I guess is a huge win for the info war. And that's the feeling. He wants to spread this feeling of Nancy Pelosi doesn't even know what countries are what.
We got him.
Yeah.
See? Look at this.
Yeah.
Look at how smart you are and how stupid she is.
Yeah, but the reality of it is just a lie. Alex,
yeah, I mean, it's not hard to come to the conclusion that if Putin's not stopped, he's going to do it again. It is a very simple thing. If he wasn't stopped from 2008, he did Crimea. If he wasn't stopped in Crimea, he does Ukraine. And if he's not stopped in Ukraine, he's going to go for... Yeah.
It's not like Hungary's in South America. It borders...
If Orban is worried about it, then we're in real trouble there.
So Alex interviews a guy named Patrick Lancaster, who's a journalist on the scene in Donbass. And, I don't know. I got some sketchy vibes.
Yeah.
I don't know a ton about him, but I looked into him a little bit, and there's some people who have some very serious distrust of his motives and history.
Yeah, that doesn't sound wrong.
And one of the things that I thought was a particular red flag is he claims to be a crowd-funded journalist.
Oh, no.
But he makes $15 a month on Patreon or something like that.
That's a good crowd.
I don't know exactly where this crowdfunding is. I looked at some other of his pages that he has up. He has almost no support.
Well, I'm going to save this. In terms of timing it in the order, I think it will come down to what music I'm playing with it. And maybe have it match up to music somehow. But I kind of like this as the order. Have it start with the little bus stop. And then we're kind of doing the closer to farther, more or less. And in DaVinci Resolve, I can take this, which could be like an animation on different layers, and I can sort of, I can kind of get zoomed in as it's filling up. I could technically do that now with some camera moves. All right, so now that this whole thing has a transform mask, we can do a camera movement. Now we got to make sure we're at 24 frames a second. So we're going to take everything here and just double it like that. So now we're at 24 frames a second, and with this transform mask, we can actually put a keyframe here and zoom all the way in. A little further up, maybe. No, sorry, delete that. It's a little finicky. Sometimes I just get a new transform mask. Alright. We want it to be like that. That's pretty good. So I'll put the keyframe like that. And let's just do a simple, at the very end, we'll put another keyframe. That's on frame 54. And then we'll just shrink it back down to its original size. Whoa, wait, what was it? Like that? Is it already there? This is the finicky thing it does sometimes. So, let's try this again. Sometimes it doesn't change the keyframe that you want it to change. It changes a different keyframe. I don't know. So we're going to try it one more time. Add transform mask. Let's go to the end and just place our keyframe right away. That way we don't have to worry about bringing it back to 0. Now we're on keyframe 1. We can do our transform. Make it big, go over a little bit. And then the real secret sauce is to put a little curve on these lines so that it gets a little slower as it gets towards its final keyframe. Just like in real life, things sort of decelerate, and rather than just abruptly lose momentum at this, or slow down at the same speed. So that's, oops, come on now. It's a little thing we can do. Just put a little curve on it. And yeah, maybe we'll curve the first one too. Oops. So it's going to ease out of the zoom. So that means when it starts zooming, it's obviously going to go slower and then accelerate. So anything that has natural movement is going to start a little slow and then accelerate into it. So that's what you're sort of simulating with the curves. And then we wait and watch. Pretty cool. It's maybe too fast even. I could, if it's slowed down. Oh, I have the speed going at 196. Okay, let's just do regular speed. That's cool. So that's what? That's about 4 hours of work. 4 easy hours, 4 casual hours. If I had the complete idea, if I knew what I was doing, I could probably knock one of these out a lot faster. But it's a pretty cool, like, opening establishing shot. Or a scene change, you know? And because I have all these on separate layers over here, I can also do one of these in reverse to ease out of the... You know what it reminds me of is the fucking, that Tim Allen sitcom Tool Time or whatever. With Jonathan Taylor Thomas. They had really sick scene transitions that were kind of like this, where individual elements would sort of squash and stretch and fly in and out of the scene and then build it all together. I like that kind of thing. So I want everything to like fly to pieces and then the scene to start. And then when if I go out of this scene to another one, it could be like these little elements could morph into other elements in the new scene and stuff like that. You can get pretty fun. You can have a lot of fun with it. So the next step will be to animate a bus pulling forward, to animate our character walking over here, and then I'll have to draw some home improvement. Yeah, that's right. Tool Time was the meta show. That was the show within the show. Uh-huh. I like that show. It's a shame that Tim Allen is what he is, but hey, nothing, nothing good exists, so it's fine. Nothing good exists. Nothing good exists. Anyone can see. Nothing good exists to me. All right. What if we zoomed back in? Well, actually, no. We want to hold this. Hold it. And then a fast zoom in. All right. But with Home Improvement, I did like their visual effects game. There was no other I think sitcoms with a lot of like VFX going on. So it was kind of cool. So these are some camera movements I can do in this program. They're finicky and they're not quite as nice to work with as the ones in DaVinci Resolve. So while this is cool and it looks great, I'm probably way more likely to just export each of these layers one at a time as their own separate like PNG sequence, because it's only like 5 or 6 pictures each of each of these, and those that would get big, but it's still like in terms of compositing it on DaVinci Resolve with the camera movements, that's so much easier to do camera movements. Way smoother, way more intuitive, way easier to do complex stuff, and it doesn't freak out and freeze up like Krita does. But it's good to know you can do camera movement stuff with this. It's just really tricky. Like, I swear, if I like try to move this or move this, it might like, I'm on frame 76. If I do something, it's very likely going to like change this frame 68, because it's just a goofy thing where I'm not sure what it's doing. And it gives me that blue wheel. Oh, and I can't zoom out enough to actually try like that. Did it work? I think it worked. Okay. So now I'm going to try putting curves on it, which again makes so much difference in how lifelike it looks. It's crazy. You should be curve. And then zoom. Why did it squirt around? So I probably hit these curves a little too hard, which they're overshooting. So this one, actually, I need to be not a curve. That's one problem. Yeah, it's still weird. It's still a little overshooting, but try to fix that. All right. Well, 10 o'clock. I'm not. I think I'm done for now. Gonna go log off of this. It was a fun stream. Veronica, thanks for sticking around. And hooray. Keep in touch by commenting and or joining the chat, of course, everybody. And I'm looking for ideas. Maybe I'll write some posts with some of my ideas for suggestions. I want to put out very specific asks instead of just saying, what do you want to see animated? I'm going to ask for those kind of send me those points in the episode where you were so embarrassed to hear Alex saying it out loud and stuff like that. That would be fun. All right. Yeah, that's all for tonight. Oh, Peppercorn should get her respects. And so this is what we did tonight. We made a big old background bus stop, a BBB as I call it, big bus stop background, and we animated it. The second thing, if this animation might be sick, but I have a backup animation, which is the time lapse, and the time lapse is cool too. It basically was recording each brushstroke, approximately each brushstroke, every second. So that makes another kind of cool animation, which you could also play backwards to have it de-establish. I don't know. I'll play around with it. Good night, Veronica. Good night, everybody. Good night, kitty cat. And we'll catch you soon. Bye-bye.